Welcome to LoganRobo's channel, broadcasting live on twitch.tv/LoganRobo and on youtube.com/@LoganRobo. Tonight's game is Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Did you know that Miles Edgeworth wasn't an only child? There were other traumatized children of Gregory Edgeworth, such as Yards Edgeworth, Inches Edgeworth, and the black sheep of the family, Feet Edgeworth. Thank you for tuning in to twitch.tv/LoganRobo and youtube.com/@LoganRobo. Please enjoy the stream. And we are live! How is everybody doing? I see that Eglin was here right as we were going live saying, I caved and downloaded Uma Musume. I hope I'm saying that right. It's a pretty derby game, right? So I wanted these silly little horse girls. I gotta say, every time I see memes from that game, it makes me tempted to download it as well because it is free to play. But then I gotta remind myself that there is a gacha game that you gotta play. And I'm like, oh no, I don't want to get sucked into that. But it looks like fun. Everybody keeps talking about how much they're enjoying it, so I hope you're enjoying it, Eglin. Like, how is it? What's your review of it? And Dark Wolf with the lurk. Thank you, Dark Wolf, for the lurk right at the beginning. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Queegatey says, howdy. Yes, join the hive. Do share me your ID when you can. Oh, to Eglin. To Eglin. Because then you could be in a horse. What's the word for like a group of horses? Horse feathers? Something like that. Jin saying hi. How you doing, Jin? Good to see you. Queegatey said, by the way, AAI2 chat, we have a new LoganRobo command. Timestamp. Oh, I've been live for 1 minute 40 seconds. I'm already 2 minutes behind. I'm 2/3 of the entire stream so far behind, but thank you for the reminder on that. Queen Katie said we all can now timestamp for Logan during the stream. I appreciate that. Dagger, good to see you again. How are you? Saying hello, everyone. And Rilo, good to see you again as well. Saying hello, Brotato and Brotato Chips. That's right, Brotato Chips are Brotatoes who also work for the California Highway Patrol. It's abbreviated. It's the Chips. I should stop trying to make jokes, but good to see you over on YouTube. Jax is here saying Buff Phoenix is always such a sight. I know I'm sad that like we probably won't be using him for a while again. Maybe when we eventually start Great Ace Attorney, because I think for other games he might just be a bit too much gloriousness for people to handle. Said the only way we don't finish today is if Logan literally doesn't play at all. We could do that. I could just chat with you all. I could talk about how I am once again frustrated with TikTok, with just stupid stuff. It's like last TikTok I posted yesterday, which is doing really well. It's an AAI2 TikTok, and it's doing like not amazingly well, but it's like doing really well. And they sent me a notification like, this video has been disqualified for monetization because it is low quality content. And because, oh yeah, it said it was either unoriginal or low quality. And I clicked the appeal button and I typed it. It's like, dude, this is original. It's my content. It's the first time I'm posting this particular clip on any platform. It's going on TikTok. It's quality. Like people are enjoying it. It's getting like plenty of likes, a good healthy like ratio to views. And they responded back today saying, nope, we're still disqualifying it because even screen captures from your live streams, that's just low quality content, doesn't count. And if you get 5 of these in a month, you get completely demonetized. Like, dude, that's all of my content is just that. So it's frustrating. Anyway, let's load up the game instead of talking about it because I feel like Jax doesn't want me to do that. That Jax wants me to play the game. So let's load up the game from where we left off. So last time, oh, look at that. We didn't get an autosave to confuse me. I actually don't exactly remember where we left off last time. I think we either did or in the middle of doing a second cross-examination against Simeon Saint. And we are rapidly heading toward a conclusion eventually. Maybe we'll get there tonight. Maybe we won't. Maybe next week's schedule will be all brand new stuff. Or maybe this will carry over. We shall find out together. But I do know right now that this is taking its sweet time to load. Eglin said, watching the first race while everything is downloading. Poor Haru all the way at the start still while everyone is at the finish line. That, I gotta say, like, if I downloaded it, that would probably be my favorite character. I probably shouldn't use her because it sounds like it's very tough for her to win a race, but she sounds adorable. Kugita says, herd? I guess a herd of horses? Or is it just a herd of cows? Herd of horses? Yeah, something like that. Eglin said, it's still downloading, but I'm excited. They have a concert after. Wait, are they an idol group of horses? Can whenever you see them, when one walks in the room, can you say, hey, why the long face? Because they're horses. And horses have long faces. Jax over on YouTube says, TikTok is actually insane calling you low quality content. Well, it's just like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I saw an announcement, I don't know if this is true or not, that they are planning on like divesting or selling or something like that to a not Utah, I was saying that because of where I am, and a USA-based company, I think out of California or something like that. And so in like a month or two, or maybe it's next March, I don't know, at some point down the line, there's gonna be a new name for the app. You might have to download a new app for American users. I just hope that they'll have like actual American customer service. Because I also get the feeling that when I sent that, it might have gone to people who like are based out of China and not native English speakers. And they just see it and they don't know what I'm doing. They don't understand what I'm saying. They don't realize I'm adding jokes. They just think, I'm just reading the lines at the bottom of the screen and that's all. So I don't know. Jack says, if we don't beat the game tonight, I'll beat the rest of P5R with my party on Act 3. Oh! So you're saying we shouldn't beat it, because that sounds fun. Dermo said, look forward to the ending. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. Maybe. Possibly. Regardless, my goal is just to have fun with all of you, regardless what happens. So I'm excited for that. Oh, yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh, well. Oh, thank you, Saint. You're a saint for letting me know because that's right, we're nailing him on incitement, and we had the audio that Lotta Hart got saying that, like, where he admitted that he caused Excelsius Winter to murder Rosie Ringer. But that part of the recording was like erased or not recorded properly or something like that. And even if it wasn't, like, we would have to somehow tie that to him, which we don't seem to have evidence for. Oh, shucks, so my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all? Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. But you're a worthless character and a worthless reporter. Oh, Fender's here. Hey, K-Meister. Game's almost over. You gonna give me that hug yet? Yeah, no, not gonna hug ya. The old buggeroo was hidden in your pin that whole time, right? Are we gonna check, see if it has, like, fingerprints on it or something? Again, I feel like he's careful enough he'd use gloves, so it's not gonna be that obvious. That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know, give me a sec to think. Maybe we can, like, find whatever it was transmitting to among his possessions, and then if we talk into it, it'll incriminate him by showing, like, look, it's receiving the signal. Oh, I forgot Franziska's here. Hi, Franziska. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. I'm here. I'm just off to the side with Gumshoe as the somewhat unnecessary side characters, but it's still a delight to see you all. Hello, everybody. Oh. Objection. So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Oh, so that means that he knows that we could find something on him. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. Why are we flashing back to something that happened 30 seconds ago? It should still be in your short-term memory, you bunch of goldfish. Kay had a one-on-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Ms. Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back. Oh, that's a lot of recording. Okay, so hopefully he will say like, hello there, Kay. I, Simeon Saint, am kidnapping you as part of my plan to incite murder directly. In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Let's save. Because I'm a little bit confused. Because the time frame of this is like also rushed together. I think 2 nights ago, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 nights ago is when Gavel and the president were on the roof. But was that also when Kay went missing? I think she went missing too. Oh, Nora raided with a party of 4! Thank you, Nora. Do we have any mods here yet to be able to do a quick shout out for Nora? I should probably read some more chat and see who all is here. Oh, there we go.
Thank you for here.
It's Omori.
Are you kidding? You have got to be kidding me.
Hi, Omori.
What? Sir Maximus III.
Don't wipe out the Maximus family.
You have got to be kidding me.
No. Why did you have to do that, Nora? Why couldn't you have been friends with them? I will read some more chat, but how was the rest of your stream? Nora was playing some Persona 4 Golden earlier. Quiggin said, yes, horse gambling and idols. That is why it is popular in Japan. I've never seen the appeal of horse gambling. I did always like when I was a kid, we'd go to Circus. They had one of the carnival games was a thing where I had like a little machine. It was almost like a pinball machine. Pull back and set up a ball, and whatever it landed in, there was like a racing board, like little mechanical horses that would go across the line based on how many points you got. That was fun. Quiggin said, oh yeah, Crystal might be late. Dragged her into the Persona 5 X Void. No! How could you? We need our Crystal. But I hope she's enjoying it. Quick Katie says, they're on mobile. So yeah, Eglin said, do not trust Gold Ship on a stage. She's the one that like drop kicks everybody, right? Dagger says, love this game, by the way. These horses are my children. Oh, a pin message, written by Beowulf, pinned by Vero. Vero, oh, that's who did the shout. Vero, good to see you. And Beowulf. Hello, lonely man. Unfortunately, your courage is still not yet bold. Still not yet a bold. Please try again in a few weeks. Is that how long I have to keep waiting? But how are you, Beowulf and Vero? Rilo says her YouTube is also implementing that feature on AI content. Okay, that I have no problem with, because I also can't tell you how many stupid videos I've run into where people are giving how-tos on basically automating AI slop for a YouTube channel to get monetization. And I think that is awful. And I think that YouTube is absolutely in the right to try and get rid of that. So that I'm okay with. I just don't like it when it's like, your live stream clip that hundreds of people have already liked, just no, it's not high quality, It's unfortunate. Over on YouTube, Dermo says, here's hoping listening to the stream will prevent me from going insane in Blueprints. That's the one where it's like the roguelike puzzle game, right? I think we rated somebody who was playing that. It looked interesting. How are you enjoying it? Said, what has Simon done to that cat? It has a 100-mile stare like it's seen oblivion. That cat's helped Simeon murder people. It's an accomplice. The problem with arresting cats, though, is even if you give them the death penalty, it then goes free. You have to do it like 9 times total. Like you execute the cat once, like, okay, 8 more lives, go on, commit more crimes. Opinion says, "Hoi, how you doing, Opinion?" Dermo says, "Hi, Opinion." Opinion says, "Hi, Dermo." Jack says, "Hi, Opinion." Dermo says, "Uma Musume has become quite popular generally. Been seeing it pop up in circles I would never expect." I mean, it's neat, I guess. I just try to avoid gacha games and free-to-play games. Anything with like lots of microtransactions. My time is so limited as it is. Quick said, I already have a B+ rank on Haru in my account. Can she actually win races, or is she like locked out from it? Dagger says, Haru is fine. I almost won. Wait, no. Haru, which one's? No, Haru's not Ura. Haru's a different one. Said I almost won Ura finale with her first time. Oh, that's awesome, Dagger. Ura is the one, right? I was trying to remember. It sounds kind of like Uraraka from My Hero Academia. Eglin said, I think it's trying to translate out Horus, which is a term for a group of horses usually used in France. Oh, okay, that's what it is. And there's Nora's raid. Nora's raiding, and hope her tears don't mess with your stream. How was the rest of your stream, Nora? And Nora's saying, ha! Oh, there's Vero said, just got here as well. Welcome, Vero. How are you doing? Thank you for chatting with me about Transformers before the stream. We should play some of the game. Okay, so I'm going to assume it was 2 nights ago that she went missing. Because I think it was last night that they found or yesterday that they found the body, and so it was 2 nights. We saved, right? Did we save? Let's just save again just to be sure. I don't know if we saved or not. Yeah, it looks like we did. So save again and say 2 nights ago. Again, I'm getting some of the time frame mixed up because all this is condensed into so few days. I'll say 2 nights ago. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Ms. Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last. Even if she plays at 2 times speed, this could be hours, bro. Sure thing. Oh, let's see. Oh, here's everybody accusing me of being the mastermind. That was unfortunate. I think very unfair and judgmental. That's the sound of the balloon! Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you or the bug. You're right, that cat is haunted. That cat is just not happy right now. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Bang! Ka-chang! Kaplowy kazam! Why that noise? That was a gunshot! Nothing illegal about firing a gun, right? As long as it doesn't go into a person or a thing or like if you have the gun legally, I think. Bzz, bzz. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Okay, crap, who was killed with a gunshot 2 nights ago? Rosie Ringer was stabbed, right? No, she was bludgeoned and stabbed. The President Wang stand-in was crushed. Who fired a gun? Huh? Hi?
Hey friends, here's some news I've kept off because I wanted it to be a surprise. So remember Pearl, my cat? Droopy ears, big ol' eyes?
Yeah.
So one day I'm minding my own business. Pearl is gone for a bit. Nothing worrying until it's like one day. She was originally a stray cat.
Oh, hang on. I gotta see. Originally a stray cat, so I assume she ran off like Maya before her. She returns, all's good until her tummy's getting bigger with time. Oh, she's pregnant, and I don't know how to take care of pregnant cats. Well, okay, the main thing is, Vero, you want to make sure that she is getting plenty to eat and drink. And when she's getting, like, close to popping, get some place that'll be, like, nice for lay out, like, some towels, because cats giving birth can be messy. And you want to try and like keep it in a secure location. Cats, if they're giving birth, they don't want to be doing it out in the open. They want to feel safe and secure. I don't know, like I have had a cat give birth to little babies before and it's adorable. So congratulations! You're gonna have grandchildren! Vera's gonna be a grandparent. That's exciting. Thank you for the 10 bits! Congratulations. Okay, I'll read a couple more comments in the chat, by the way. Queen Gator said, by the way, Logan, if you beat the game tonight, I'm going to post the promo posted for the Investigations collection. They did an insane job putting different details from both games there. Oh, that's right, because I never watched that before because I was worried about spoilers. Huh?
Logan, you know a suspicious amount about cat birth. Blue.
Ah! Thank you, Oak, for the 10 bits. Well, like I said, like I had a cat who gave birth. Like, I've experienced it before. I haven't experienced it, but... Huh?
Anyway, that was a few weeks ago. She's been really restless and chirping a lot today, and grooming a lot. She has a box, but she insists on resting under the couch, so I'm hoping she won't give birth there.
She might be instinctively scoping it out as a place to go to then. Because crap, I don't remember exactly how long cat gestation is. How long has she been back from her escapades with sexcapades with other cats to get preggers. But thank you very much both Oak and Vera for the 10 bits each. Thank you. But yes, Queen Katie, I look forward to seeing that. Vera said just got here as well. Oak says, Vero! Oh, we got a first time chatter from the raid. Beep 53. Welcome, Beep. Said, hey, I'll watch for a little while. Is that still now? Are you still here, Beep? I feel like I'm censoring your username. Like calling you Beep is because like your name's the F-bomb. But welcome, Beep. If you're new here, let me give you the quick rundown. My name is Logan. We stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. We had been alternating between this game, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutors Gambit, and Metaphor Refantasio, but we just finished Metaphor on Friday, and we might finish this game tonight. So next week, we're going to be starting, at the very least, one of the two following games, either Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4, Date Anything, and then other games are lined up for after those. I think Date Anything, you guys said, is a somewhat shorter game, but welcome! Quick get said by promo, I mean, the promo poster! Ooh, I do look forward to seeing that. Beowulf says, oh, that was pinned earlier. Quick get said, lol, you're still keeping that up, Beowulf. Nora said, I've missed Rise, yippee for Persona. Beowulf said, of course I am. Gotta keep him reminded. Like, the more time passes, the more I'm, like, curious and interested in finding out what it is. Nora said, how's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Beep said My Hero Academia. Goated! I really enjoyed. I need to get caught up, though. I'm behind on so many anime. But I usually try to prioritize stuff that I can see spoilers on. I've been watching the new season of Squid Game. I got about 2 more episodes to go on that. We get to said the final goal on Haru Urara's. So Haru is her other name. There we go. Playthrough is just running in the race. No first place or anything. It doesn't matter anyway, because she's literally useless in the type of race it is. She's only good for dirt races and is not a dirt race. It was against her favor. Still, that's adorable. I like her character. I find it endearing. I'll read over on YouTube real quick. Toshi says hi. How's everyone doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing, Toshi? Good to see you. Jack says hi, Toshi. Derma says Blueprints feels like trying to unlock a box in which is a Rubik's Cube, and after you solve that, you realize you're locked in that room. Puzzles and puzzles and puzzles. I almost said Veros and Veros and Veros. It's great. Oh, it's great. That's good. That sounds fun. I would worry about procedurally generated puzzles, but they still do work okay then? Toby said, I can't believe Logan has been pregnant cat before. It's the only action I've ever gotten. Is as a pregnant cat. Toby said also, hi Logan. Hi Toby, how are you? And oh, Crystal is there waving and saying meowdy YouTube chat, meowdy Crystal. Okay, let's play some more and then I'll read some more in the chat. Yeah, Beep, I should also let you know, as you can tell, I read every comment in chat, but I'm always just very far behind. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. They did? Why is the game lagging so much? I just clicked my organizer, and now the game is not responding. This has been happening a lot again lately. There we go. Okay, let's check out profiles. Who fired a gun? Kay Faraday, Lotta Hart, Dijong Wang. Shilong Lang, crew member, I love you, Penny. Sean Fenn, Verity Gavel, Dick Gumshoe, Eddie Fender, Franziska, Eustace, Fifi Lagarde, Regina, Simeon. I like that his portrait has changed. I didn't notice that. An animal tamer in training at the Very Big Circus, who is also the criminal mastermind behind the recent string of incidents. We should just present that. The organizer says he's the mastermind. There's our evidence. Will Powers, Tabby Lloyd, Excelsius Winner. Did he fire a gun anywhere? Bronco Knight, Body Harm Mechanist. No, he uses a knife. Who discharged a firearm? Let's save again, because it's probably about to ask me. This is the problem with like spreading this game out over the course of 6 months. Who discharged a firearm? I just need to remember who it was and present the evidence, piece of evidence that proves it. Oh, so there's evidence. Okay, so we can find evidence that proves that a gun was fired. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? So there's the Yadagrasu pin, forged letter written by an unknown person claiming to be K. Big building, side of the underground auctions. There's an entrance to the 51st floor in the roof. Creature feature flyer, latest in the series after 12-year hiatus. Monster footprints, the concrete was broken and the earth exposed after Excelsius Winter dug up President Wang's corpse. Cause of death, crushing. Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Modeled on the first generation Taurosaurus design. Seems like it fell from the roof on set production trailer last night. Taurosaurus plushie, can record playback sound. Photo taken yesterday, no monster footprints and no body were visible at that point. The combination lock to the front gate was left untouched while the side gate's chain was cut sometime last night. Shows President Wang and Judge Gavel arriving on the roof of the Big building. There's no footage of the president riding the elevator down to leave. Ms. Hart's statement, Ms. Hart was on the 51st floor storeroom the night before last, but did not see the president pass through. Blue truck parked in front of the Big building. Driver is nowhere to be seen. Sean's rehearsal tape filmed yesterday evening showed Sean rehearsing by a monster footprint. Excelsior's winner wore these gloves when digging monster footprints. Case info from an incident 18 years ago. Wow, there's so much. And so far, nothing about a gun. A report from Warden Lagarde to Chairman Winner about the connection between Knight and Canis. Knight's possessions, a pocket chess set, and a ring Knight made from his father's signature stamp. Bug, the person in the red raincoat, planted this inside Kay's Yatagrasu pin. Ms. Lloyd's tape, a recording of signals that were intercepted from the bug that was planted in Kay's pin. We did also hear fireworks, but that was just, like I said, the fireworks near the garbage dump, right? A bouquet of lion lilies given to President Wayne by Judge Gavel, recovered from the top of his body by Sean. Sedative used on both Kay and Sean during their kidnapping. Brand name is 3Zs. SS5 incident case file, 12-year-old incident in which President Wang was kidnapped and his sole witness was murdered. A fire, that was 12 years ago. All Down's autopsy, the button, this was all 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Correspondence chest diagram, that doesn't have anything to do with a gunshot. Lion hot air balloon. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Satan is in charge of it and drives. Oh crap, what was the gun? I'm gonna have to read some more in the chat while I think about this. We're less than a half hour into stream and I am stumped. Dagger says, Ura Finale is a tournament and Haru Urara is a horse with pink hair. I've seen her. The two horses I can recognize are Urara and Gold Ship. All the others I don't know by name, but yeah. I also saw that I guess there's an anime based on it, and I guess Gold Ship keeps getting like things hitting her in the eye, and I guess that's based on some trivia from the horse, that the horse had like some eye problems, I think. Oak said, maybe one day Nora will finish a game. Nah, not gonna happen. She's just gonna keep starting more games. Nora said, I've got a...
Logan, say Urara 3 times.
Urara, Urara, Urara. Oh, crap. Urara 3 times. Was that supposed to be how I was going to say it? Is that a trick question? Urara, Urara, Urara. Urara, Urara, Urara. What am I doing? But thank you for the 10 bits. I don't know what that was for. Nora says, I've got a higher chance of going to a con to see Vivi's voice actress and Robin if I get to see more of her. If I do, I'm going to go as Hatsune Miku and my friend as Eminem. Nice. I was going to be going to San Diego Comic-Con next week, but wasn't able to make it. Also, there was a Transformers convention was it a week ago? Last weekend, I think. Didn't get to go to that either, so I hope you have fun and that it works out. Dagger says, haha, yeah. Laughing, I placed 16th on her final goal race, but then won in Ura Finale something. Bill said, yes, totally legal in Japan. Let's see. I need to read some more of this evidence real quick. Then I'll read some more in the chat. Let's check out some more stuff here. Thank you so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. I'm just going to zoom in on everything that lets you zoom in. The Big building, that's just a picture of the Big building. We can look at this. That's just the close-up of the flyer. Autopsy report. Does this mention anything about a gunshot? Oh, look! Gunshot residue detected on right hand. Okay, I completely forgot about that. So Dijong Wang fired the gun. Okay. There we are. So let's present that evidence. Huh?
Puzzles will name one of the kittens the fat one at my request less than 3. Everyone tell Puzzles they are the GOAT FRFR.
Vero, you are the GOAT for real. Ah! Thank you very much for the 10 bits. I wonder, like, how big is she getting? Like, how many kittens do you think there might be swirling around in that kitty cat womb? But thank you for the 10 bits, Oak. I appreciate that. Do we all get to, like, pick names? Can we vote on names? Could it be a full community thing, or should they all just continue to be Ace Attorney themed? Present!
Take that!
There's such a lag when I press things. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. So it was the president's body double firing back. I see. Let me read some more comments over on YouTube now. Crystal says, Vero in Vero in Vero. Derma says, well, I have seen people complaining about the RNG, but if you're perceptive, unlike me, there's always something new you can do. I'd be potentially interested in trying it sometime. Derma says, Knightley fired the gun. It's his final revenge. Just as he was dying, just fired it, or like briefly came back to life just to start shooting it. Toby says, it was me. I fired the gun. It was me, Barry. Toby says, oh, by the way, speaking of Barry, that reminds me, I just barely found out. I have not seen the new Superman movie, but I guess the guy who plays Metamorpho in it is Soho Hank from Barry. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly? Just had to mention that. I was delighted when I heard that. Toby said, you should really stop channeling murderers. My Lemur says, hello, how you doing, Lemur? Jack says, hello, Femur. Derma says, hi. Lemur says, finally got a program to make a game. Oh, nice. Jack said, that's great. Opinion says, ow, sudden tummy ache. Heaven hates me. Huh? What did I?
Pull up. If your vote wins, you can name a kitten, but if it's too many people, we can host a kitty name tournament.
Oh, so if your vote wins, you can name a kitten. Oh, okay. So what is the poll? How many kittens will Pearly, my cat, have, huh?
No ho Hank, my goat. I love him so much. You really need to finish Barry. It's so Breaking Bad coded.
What was it? Was it NoHo? Did I say Soho? Soho instead of NoHo. I've seen the entire first season. So crap. What do I vote for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel like 4 is a good average number, but for some reason I'm feeling 3. I'm just feeling 3. I'm gonna go against the wins because a lot of people are voting 4. So I'll say 3. But thank you very much for the 10 bits, Oak. Oh, and there's a pin message. Please pin if able. Logan, you're about to start testimony 3 of 4 soon, nearing the finish line. Go, Logan, go! And we're like only a half hour into stream. Maybe we can finish this after all. Thank you very much. Lemur says, I just have to learn how to use it. Well, I hope it has a nice, easy learning curve for you. Derma says, oh my gosh, I went to an anime con with a mate and we made bets as to how many different Hatsune Mikus we'd see. Tons! At least 20, and this is a small affair. Maybe it's like 1% of the attendees. Really, I feel like I in the past I haven't seen a whole lot of her, but maybe she's like exploded even more in popularity here in the United States since. Derma says, Lemur, what program are you using? Lemur says, Game Maker Studio. It's what Toby Fox used. Oh, so that's cool. I also just barely found out. I saw a thing online that apparently some of the characters in Undertale were like Kickstarter characters that people who contributed to the Undertale Kickstarter had created characters, and like one of them was the spider Muffet. Was that her name? And so I don't know if that means like somebody was mentioning this, postulating that perhaps there might be rights problems with having her in Deltarune. And that makes me sad because she was fun. Oh, and the poll is done, and the winner is 4 with 78% of the vote. Nora contributing 200 channel points. Okay, let's play a bit more now. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Urgh. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. I shoot anything I see in the sky. Shoot the balloon, bang, bang, bang. Shoot the moon, bang, bang, bang. How does he know that, like, A, how does he know Simeon Saint is in the balloon? And B, how does he know Simeon Saint is the kid who from 12 years ago who wants him dead? And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that. Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. Wait, was that Edgeworth both those? Did I read those wrong? Oh, it was. Yeah. You're just going to pretend to ignore me. He might be, like, exercising his Fifth Amendment rights. That would be the smart thing to do now. What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. Bang! Ka-chang! Oh, was that a ricochet? If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something, too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Okay, so maybe we need to check the balloon and see if anything on it has a bullet damage? What would the bullet have struck? The balloon? I couldn't save, so I'm guessing. I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, then what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? The basket. Spin around. Pew! Oh, there's a bullet on the bottom. Bullet hole. Let's look at everything else first. There's some rope. Oh, Korekio here was here. Korekio Shinguchi. Was that his full name? He'd be able to tell us just on sight how long that is. There's a super long rope curled up in the bottom of the basket here. Look it over. Are there signs of it having been struck by a bullet? On it. Hey, Mr. Blacksuit. Hey, you take the other end, will you? Okay, let's go. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, nothing here. Or here. Nope, looks clean. Nothing here either. I guess this isn't what it hit. Then let's move on and find out what it did. I want to click everything. Gas canister. Oh, no, that's not more rope. I'm gas canister. Gas canister is not rope K. They're two different objects. They're different things. There we are. There's a gas tank here. It's fixed to the side of the basket. It doesn't look like it's been hit by any bullets. Which is lucky. That would not have ended well for anybody nearby. All right, let's look elsewhere, shall we? About just the outside of the basket here. Let's look over the sides of the basket just in case. All right, I'll start from over here. Hey, what are you doing just standing there? You help him too, will ya? Yes, Shifu. Nothing. How about over there? This side's clean, not even a speck of dirt. But I'm right about this, I know I am. I just need to think about the sound it made when it hit. It sounded like something harder than the wicker part of the basket. Like metal, in fact. There it is, there it is. Oh, there's even still a bullet. Can we click the rest of the underside? Click the little rivets and studs and things. Oh, it's still detecting the rope on the other side somehow? There's the bullet. I'm gonna read some more in the chat though. Quigita said, yeah, it's destiny to be 16th since she couldn't even win on that race, which is why the goal is just running in it. Nora said, what? Oh my gosh. Quigita said, what? Nora with some emotes. Quigita said, Vero, why does this keep happening to you? Oh, there must be when Vero announced the pregnancy. Oak said, Vero, what? Vero said, I don't know. Nora with some emotes saying, quote, when she's getting closer to poppin'. Quigita said, just make a safe space for the cat birth. Crystal says, meow. Quigita said, Crystal, how is P5X? Nora said, Vero is a grandparent. Dagger said, congratulations, more cats, yay. Crystal says, I want Joker, meow. Quigita said, well, I don't know if the actual trailer had spoilers, lol, but I could check and post those in the normal server since I don't know if you want to see it on stream. I'd love to see it on in the server now that because I'm all excited. I don't have to worry about metaphor spoilers. After finishing this, I won't have to worry about these spoilers. I'm going to be able to search up stuff. It's going to be great. Over on YouTube, Toby says, Muffet is my favorite spider. Do Spider-Men count in that? Because I'm partial to Ben Reilly, the original Scarlet Spider as well. But I mean, she was fun. Like Undertale had all sorts of great characters, and her boss fight music was delightful. Derma says, oh yeah, that's decent, though is learning the tools, not the tools themselves, that matters. I mean, DDLC was made in Python, of all languages? Wow. That reminds me, I think I recall seeing this. There was somebody years and years ago that apparently made some internet cartoons that I believe were edited in, crap, what was it? It was like PowerPoint, no, either PowerPoint or Excel or some weird program that is not an animation program. Lemur says, the coding is very simple and it's not drag and drop coding. Thumbs up. Dermot says, good luck. I've never coded a game before, but I've done music and designs for a few projects. It's a lot of fun. And Lemur says, yeah, I've got FL Studio a few months ago and it's not as hard as I thought it'd be. Still not easy. Oh, and a pin message, quote, that must be when Vero announced the pregnancy. Word that bear, Logan. That sounded so nuts. Was anything in that inaccurate, Queen Katie? Vero told everybody the good news about the pregnancy, and yeah, that is correct. Huh? Well, hi, goodbye.
Okay, I use FL Studio to make music.
What does the FL stand for? It was like either Florida or fluid liquids, huh?
Chat decided to impregnate me since they were done with Hasme.
Well, you know what? I mean, sometimes people, it's like gacha games. When you get addicted, some people just get addicted to Mpreg, and it's like, you know, and we're gonna have babies from one person Gotta keep them coming from others. But thank you both, Vero and Oak, for the 10 bits. Wait, huh?
It stands for Fruity Loops. It's for making gay loops.
Oh, is that what Fruit Loops are? They're just gay loops. Ah, that's why fruit is spelled with 2 O's, because it's not actual chomping fruit. It's the homosexual variety. Oh, I don't know. I hope that isn't a slur, but thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. I'm gonna have a sip of water, and let's get back into this. Okay, let's click on the bullet. A hole! That's what yesterday's TikTok was about. Edgeworth discovering a hole. With a bullet stuck in it! There's a bullet hole. Oh, what was that? Oh, Beep, thank you so much for the follow. So you did stick around for a little while. Thank you so much. I hope that means you're enjoying the stream. And feel free to come back. Let me give you in the chat real quick. I'm sure somebody else might have already done this, but here's our link tree. Oh, and a follow from ED. Is it ED Writer or Ed Writer? Which do you prefer? ED, like the initials, or Ed? ED Writer 555. Thank you so much for the follow, both of you. ED Writer, were you here earlier when I gave the rundown? Streaming schedule Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. We're finishing up our current games. Going to be starting some new ones this next week. Deltarune and Date Everything. So welcome. I hope you're enjoying your time as well. Did you come in with the raid too? Let's play a bit more, as I was saying, because I will catch up more in the chat. But we need to at least, like Jax was saying, put in some effort to beat the game. Otherwise, wait, crap. What did Jack say that he'll do if we don't finish the game tonight? What was it? Oh, crap. It was a challenge on the rest of Persona 5. Oh, yeah, you were going to do it on like everybody. Well, what's it called when all the characters do their own commands? Yeah. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Especially if we can, like, check the rifling marks with the body double's gun. Although if it's smushed in the metal, it might not really still have them. Light hot air balloon data updated in my organizer. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around in the back of a truck. Wait, what was updated on it? Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? Do we have like a picture of the bullet hole? Like, well, what's different? Do we have a second page? Oh, yeah. Oh, we can inspect it some more. All right, that's what's updated. Oh, you see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. That's right, anything I have. You could see anything if you really want it. Shut up and just confess, will ya? All right. No need to get cranky. Okay, so this is cross-examination 3 of 4. I think Queen Katie said, what really happened 2 nights ago? I love these little animated diagrams of the big building cross-section viewing platform. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away. Okay. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But he's gonna have to explain how this gunshot got recorded on Kay's bug, right? Is he just gonna say Kay was probably already there on the rooftop somewhere by whoever, not him, that had kidnapped her? But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge there. Me? Yeah, you! You told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Oh, because he's not the real dad. But still, why would that lead to him wanting to... Oh, because if they ever did a paternity test, it would prove that he's not the real Dijong Wang? Or at least cause problems with it? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage, he was afraid. Ha! Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. What really happened 2 nights ago? Okay, so you guys know the drill. We save, we press every statement, then we figure out where we're going to be presenting some evidence. But let me read a couple more comments to the chat first. Let's see. Quiggy said, well, I don't know if the actual... Oh, I already read that. Crystal says, I'm going to grind for him and Ryuji. Wait, how does that work? No, because P5X, it's in like an alternate world, right? Yeah, because like Joker and Ryuji should be little kids at that time. Wait, no, because that's the other way around. I had my brain set on Persona 3, but Persona 3 characters show up, but they're not aged up, right? Because like Makoto, Yuki is in there, and he should be, so it's not that the 5 should be younger, it's that he should be old. I don't know how that works. Vera said, anyway, pregnant pearly pics will be sent on Discord. Ooh, I hope they're alliterative. Beep said, yes, I'm here. I am related by blood to Nora. Oh, Beep has your blood, Nora. Good to meet you. Oak says, it is Beepster, Nora's brother. And Nora said, yeah. Rilo said, Logan, will you ever do a Persona 5 Strikers stream? I'm considering it. I got it on sale on Steam a while ago. The games that I picked, as I said, next week, starting with Deltarune, Date Anything. Second place was basically, in my mind, a 3-way tie between Persona 5 Strikers, Last Defense 100 Line Academy. I was also thinking about Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but I think I might need a little bit more of a break, as I said before, doing another really long Ace Attorney game. I'm also looking at some other smaller games like Me-Side. That looks really fun. So yes, I am actively considering it. Nora said, bro, I still need to finish season 1 of Squid Game. I can't get over the death. That is the death with 3 people in it. Well, ... 2 now. I still think I prefer season 1 more. Season 2 or 3 are good on their own right, but I don't think it quite recaptures the magic of the first season. Oak said, I think he's planning to play P5S at some point. Beep says, yes, sorry, I'm wandering around cleaning my apartment right now. It's all good. Dagger says, on an unrelated note, this OST is so good for some reason. Oh, this game has great music. I still think the pursuit theme in the last game, at the last Investigations game, is a bit better, but it's real good. Rilo said, hope so, but I feel like he'll be a bit confused since he played Royal and Strikers leaves off the vanilla version of P5. Okay, so we just ignored like the extra semester stuff and all the thing with the new characters like Yoshizawa and Maruki. I think I can handle that. Bill said, that's a misconception. Dagger says 6 months. And Rilo says to Dagger, facts. Over on YouTube, Derma with a redacted message. Toby says, yeah, it's gotta be Fruity Loops. Derma said, FL, the only DAW I know of with an anime mascot. What is a DAW? Lemur says, Ace Attorney music is so recognizable, it's really hard to make it sound correct. I gotta say, like, Capcom in general, I think has a good track record with music tracks. Except, what was the one when we played Resident Evil 4 and Wendy was joking about the mansion theme and it was so bad? Dura says, weird thing about that, the series has a very distinctive sound, but I believe all the games have different composers. Oh, really? Valtube, how you doing? Says, I'm late to the Ace Attorney stream because I was playing Ace Attorney. The irony. Good to have you, Valtube, which, I mean, how was your round of playing the game? Derma says, 8-Bit Music Theory has a good video on the style if you're interested. Lemur says, 8-Bit Music Theory has helped me so much, I hate grammar. Derma says, aw, a fellow fan. Yeah, nowadays there is a ton of good help online. All right, let's play some more. As I said, press save your statement, then we're gonna figure out where we're gonna present evidence. Because I feel like he didn't say a whole lot other than like, yup, that was me, I was there. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived... Hold it! Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor? Yes, it was. No contradictions there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. And because I arrived when I did, Judge Cavell and the President were already there.
DAW is a digital audio workstation.
Oh, it's an acronym.
Fun fact, Toby Fox makes all his music in FL Studio. There's only a few major DAWs, but FL Studio is affordable, very powerful, and has lifetime free updates.
Ooh.
Every FL user is a walking advertisement for the
program because it's great. I'm glad that it has like lifetime free updates and stuff. I am really getting concerned by how many important creator programs are becoming a service rather than just one that you buy. Like, for example, Adobe Premiere. Our good buddy Z Diggity has been kind enough to have me added to his like group of people that you're allowed to have using it. So I really appreciate that. But way back in the day, it used to be that it was a very expensive computer program, like $850 or something like that. I don't know, maybe more. But now it's just like, no, you just pay forever. And if you cancel your contract early, we'll charge you like $400 or $500. And I'd almost rather just pay a lot of money up front and just know that I own it and I don't ever have to deal with that, as opposed to just like paying every single month forever. But thank you very much to the 10 bits, Oak. I appreciate it. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he became the good judge. And he... Oh, that's right, we're pressing every statement. Sorry, I shouldn't have gone forward.
Hold it!
Wait, how would Gavel have not noticed the hot air balloon? So, you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavel. You really didn't expect a thing? I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? I wonder if he's telling the truth about this. I like villains who are able to mix some truth in with their lies to make the lies sound more believable. I was merely trying to sniffle. What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I have successfully white knighted you. I'll take it from here. I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I'm getting all hot and bothered. As is Sean. I trust that you will look after us both. He's a gay married man, Your Honor. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you that there was a balloon right behind you. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? He probably thought that, like, whoever was in the balloon would witness it? Sure, but I'd bet he didn't want to do it in front of a witness. Murderers don't tend to like that. She didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? Huh?
Do you think Judge Archie officiated Phoenix and Edgeworth's wedding?
Ooh. You know what you know what I'd like to headcanon? I'm making this up right now. I would like to think that Judge Udgy, in his rulings, anytime the two of them went against each other, number one, I'd like to think they had a lot more cases against each other than just the ones we saw in the game. And every time they're doing it, Judge Udgy is like, I declare you not guilty. And I declare you husband and husband. Like, no, not yet, Your Honor. Like, he's just constantly trying to use his power to, like, marry them. And then, yes, later on, he officially officiated. So thank you very much for the 10 bits, Oak. I appreciate that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. Yeah! I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please continue if you would. Okay, so no new statements added yet. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh, yeah. That coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly, and he panicked. Oh, this is new! Oh, no, the face is new. He didn't do this face before. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Oh, no. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out the gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right there and then? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? That's what we're gonna add to the testimony then, that he left right away. Does this present a problem? Yes! But I'm gonna save in case he's gonna immediately ask me for evidence. Because he had to have landed the balloon to dump Kay's body, unless he just like tossed her out of the hot air balloon and she happened to fall down the hatch or wherever from there. There is a problem. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Wait, so he's admitting that he kidnapped Kay? Is this one of these things where he's trying to admit to a lesser crime? He's being oddly forthcoming. I'm gonna read some more in the chat. Queen Gator says, okay, yeah, I just checked. There's not much of anything in the trailers, but I did find the original trailer for the first Investigations game on the TS. It's so funny because it included Kay in some of the scenes in the cases before she ever showed up in the game law. Oh, so I wonder if that was like changes or if they were just trying to feature her more prominently in the trailer. Oak says to Dagger, he's very slow at playing games. Yeah, if you haven't noticed. Rilo said, I kind of forgot, haven't played in a good minute. Queen Gator said, not gonna lie, this stumped me with the gun thing because I forgot about the detail in the evidence law. Yeah, and it's such an odd little thing that's like, he had gunshot residue. Moving on, they should have probably mentioned it a few times since then to keep it fresh in the old memory, I think. Beep says, was just thinking this song is slapping right now. Dagger said, no, but 6 months is much more than I expected. Laughing. Queen said, captions, oh, rah, 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 rah. Veer says, you're not hexed by Urara. Oh, is that a thing that you have to like chant her name 3 times so you're not hexed by her? Dagger said, just thought about it. Queen said, thank you, Vero, for that. And Vero salutes. Over on YouTube. Oh, I gotta scroll up a little bit. I gotta scroll up. There's a bunch of chatting on YouTube. Valtube says, I was playing Great Ace Attorney 1-1. I didn't even finish and it was already peak. I am looking forward to that game. Everybody's had nothing but good things to say about it. Lemur says, right now, I'm mostly focused on writing, trying to make a good story, mainly because of how deep Godot's character is. I feel like that's going to be most important. Whenever I'm playing an indie game, the writing is kind of the biggest thing for me, personally. Dermot says, oh, Great Ace Attorney is the best game by far. I was left a husk for weeks after finishing it. Lemur says, it's super difficult. Dermot says, the other question is, can you match the buttery smoothness that is his theme? Lemur says, I think I might be biased when I say Trials and Tribulations is my favorite game. You know what? Lean into the biases. If there's stuff that you're passionate about, go for it. Jack says, not even, it's the best one. Dermot says, I'm not as gone on it as some, but my gosh, that last case is great. Lemur says, I listen to the fragrance of dark coffee to sleep. I absolutely love Godot. He's my favorite. Is that the name of his theme? Lemur says, Bridge to Turnabout was amazing. Definitely my favorite case. Valtube says, Logan's laugh is so good. Oh, thank you, Valtube. Toshi says, I love the orchestra version of Godot's theme. Jack says, 3, 5, and 4, 4 are the best for me. I'm going to have to come back to YouTube as well because it's getting long. I'm going to play a bit more and then we will be back to both chats. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear. Then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Hang on. I think I might know what the problem is with him saying that. But I'm not sure. I want to check the evidence to be sure. I'm not going to present the evidence yet because I want to press the statement. Side of the underground auctions, there's an entrance to the hidden 51st floor on the roof. I think it's that nobody else knows about it, right? So how would Simeon Saint know about it? He wasn't like privy to any of the hearing that we had before the prosecutorial committee. So I think it's going to be that he shouldn't know about that. But he should have just said he escaped through like a hatch on the ground. He gave too much info. Let's press.
Hold it.
The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. So is it that... Is the problem that the president shouldn't have been down there at the time? Or was he one of the auction people? And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? They were, which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. Oh, that's right, Tabby said she didn't see the president. That's why it's not that Simeon Saint shouldn't know about the floor. Her testimony was that she didn't see him coming or going. But also, wasn't she like asleep for part of that time? There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. Ow! Thank you, the Tomcat. Let me get the evidence queued up, and then I will read some more in the chat. Oak, thank you. Thank you very much. The problem is that the time at which each event occurred. But should the times line up, I think I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So, his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. If Simeon hadn't come along when he did, Judge Gavel might have been in serious trouble. So he basically is her savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Okay, so I'm curious if the bodyguard or body double was genuinely trying to kill her. Okay, before we present that evidence, I will read some more in the chat because I got Tomcatted at. Where did I leave off? Vera said, ooh, TFCon, how I yearn to go. It's okay because my friends confirmed that they'd go there and take lots of pictures and get me merch. So I'm not that down about it. How are your friends getting the merch to you? Because I could send you some Transformers, Vero. Except it probably costs like $300 based on the shipping that Prince Paul had to do for your toy. Was it Bumblebee that Prince Paul made a plush of? Avir said, you know what? Pole idea. Beep said, Ace Attorney Kitten Names is great. Dagger said, maybe I should finally finish AA. I forgot how fun the gameplay is. Oak said, okay, that's it. At the end of the stream, I will be saying thank you for the very cat-pregnant stream. Nora said, all of Vero's cats are named after people in the Fae family in Ace Attorney, but we're running out, so it's going to probably have to expand to more people beyond there. Quinget said, please pin if able. Logan, oh, that was pinned earlier. And Vera said, guys, take a SC of your vote as evidence. Oh crap, I didn't take a screenshot. I verbalized that I voted for 3. So I guess that counts. 4, I feel like that's like a good average number, but I don't know why. I'm feeling it's gonna be just 3. Oak says, I voted 3. Eglin said, finish the tutorial. I have a favorite based only on visuals, and it's Agnes. I'm gonna have to look up who this is. Hang on, then I'll get back to the game. Oh, I'll check YouTube chat first. Pretty Derby Agnes. I'm just Googling this to see who it is. It's showing me the first picture that comes up is the actual horse. Huh?
They're sending it to Paul, who is sending it to me because I ordered one of his zines and he has to ship that zine to me.
Oh, okay. So that's good that hopefully everyone will be able to kind of go in together on shipping, that everything's being condensed into one set of package. So that makes sense, Vero. Can I send stuff to Prince Paul? Can you ask Prince Paul if I can send some stuff to then also forward along to you? Would that be okay? Is that allowed? Vero, but thank you very much for the 10 bits. Please let me know if I can do that. Okay, so I looked up Agnes, and Agnes has got like mussy hair, and one of them has a really long white overcoat. Is that an overcoat or is that a lab coat? I like the design. It's cool. I don't know if this would necessarily be my favorite right off the bat, but I like it, just plenty. Over on YouTube, Toshi says, already read that. Jack says, 3, 5, and 4 are the best for me. Valtube said, the best case for me is 6-3 because the Steel Samurai theme solved the case. Lemur says, when I make the game, do I make a coffee brewing minigame? I don't even like coffee, but I feel like the answer is yes. Yes, if you can. Durva says, great, Ace Attorney has 2 of my favorites, so if any of you ain't played it, so I was saying, the thing just scrolled a little bit without me. I gotta scroll back up to where I was. So any of you have played it, remedy that. Durva says, aw, the case 2-1 strat. 2-3, darn it. Crystal says, ooh, rah, 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 rah. Lemur says, right now I'm playing Investigations, and oh my gosh, it's actually amazing. It's so good. This one is better, though, just because it has Penny Nichols in a prominent role. Valtube said, wait, if you're just playing Investigations, that means you're spoiling yourself with this stream? Well, I mean, some of it? I feel like... the first game. Yeah, I mean, definitely spoiling the second game. I mean, just that you know that Lang is an A-okay fella, that he's our friend now. Derma says, and you're watching a stream of a twist be darned. Lima says, I missed anything that's a twist. If I heard any twist, I forgot about it completely. That's a good way to go about things. I always do. Whenever I hear a spoiler, I just try to not think about it and hope that it'll leak out of my brain. Derma says, no, we're very much still in the twist, if you can call it that anymore. Toby said, don't worry, I've got a neutralizer. I'll delete your memories of it. Oh, neuralizer. I'll delete your memories of watching the stream. Lima says, thanks. And Derma says, memory erasure, Men in Black style. Okay, now let's keep going. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch on the 51st floor. So we got to present, and it was Lotta Hart's statement, yeah? Where's that? Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the night before last, but didn't see the president pass through. That was so oddly specific that they mentioned that. I should have known this would be important. Present! You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Ms. Hart testified to that fact. What? Do you believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face. The two of them are lesbian lovers. Just so you know. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? Well, the security camera footage didn't show him get in the elevator, so he escaped in the hot air balloon. I'm gonna save in case the game asks me. It's gonna be that he was probably killed. Wait, except he was killed by being crushed. Oh, you know what? It probably wasn't the Torosaurus head. It was probably the balloon just like ka-chonking down on top of it. It was metal. So maybe that, but why would he just like stay put as the balloon descends on him? Maybe Saint brought the Torosaurus head up there. No, because it's like too heavy for one person to move unless they disassemble it, right? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? Gonna just present this again.
Take that!
He flew. Hey, flew. Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon. Oh, you thought I was talking about something else. I'm gonna read some more of the evidence now. We got music, not the evidence, in the chat now that we got more music again. It's because I glanced over the chat and I saw the word evidence in Vera's comments, where he said, guys, take a screenshot of your vote as evidence. But I gotta scroll a little bit here. Dagger says 4 feels like a standard amount of kittens. I agree. Crystal says B voted 3. Beep said Miss Muffet. She has some of the best music. Vera said, wait, I'll write it down. Logan, Crystal, Katie voted 3. Nora voted 4. Beep says I voted 5. Vera said okay. Beep voted 5. Putting it in a notepad. Dagger said the guy just shoots balloons for fun. Oak said also, Katie, should we invite Logan to spoiler chat now that he's finished Metaphor? Yeah, I mean, I could just make sure that with the rolls that I'm not allowed into the channels for games that I haven't played yet. Vera said, I say sure. Castle, how you doing? Good to see you, Castle. Says Ka-Chang is obviously brand agnostic Lightning McQueen. Ka-Chang. What would a brand agnostic version of Owen Wilson say? Because he's one who always says, whoa. Well, what would he say? Just maybe wow instead of whoa? But welcome, Castle. How are you doing? When I saw Ka-Chang, I thought of immediately the sound of like a ka-ching for money type of a noise. Quick said, y'all can vote in. I don't care that much about it. Oak says, I say sure as well because it will make Logan happy. Yay. Vera said, I don't know, y'all. Logan is so much of a loser to join spoiler chat. Okay, that is true. I should not be allowed to the cool kids table. That is fair. Queekgate said, plus, I'm sure Logan will be smart and know how to use the role selectors. I'd probably just go and like react to things by clicking an emote or something. Oak says, I think we should make a special role for him called Lonely or something for fun. Queekgate said, Oak, I was just making that idea in spoiler chat. Nora said, I might do some Yuki Chie drawings this stream because they did twin dragons in my stream today, and I screamed so loud because one, it's been so long, two, twin dragons is my favorite thing in the entire game. Queekgate said, quote, that must be when Vero announced the pregnancy. Word that better, Logan. It sounded so nuts. Again, it's exactly what happened. Toshi over on YouTube says he flew. Classic AA victim's behavior. At least. Huh, what?
Hey guys, Beef here.
Hey,
I'm
Beef.
playing with this super cool bouncy ball right now. It's really hypnotizing. It bounces around, lots of fun and cool style. I'm a big fan. Shout out to bouncy balls. Everyone go get some bouncy balls to play with for fun with me.
If you want them, you can get them from the planetarium. That is like seriously probably the number 2 thing that we find on the ground, on the floor of the theater whenever we're cleaning up after a show. Number 1 is ticket stubs. 2 is bouncy balls, because there's like a bouncy ball dispenser in the planetarium. Kids are always getting them and then like leaving them in the planetarium. So yes, thank you for the 50 bits. Thank you, Beef. I'm glad to hear that you picked up a nice, wholesome hobby. Just smacking balls against walls. It's very wholesome. Thank you for the 50 bits, Oak. I really, really appreciate that. And Toshi, as I was saying, if he flew, at least we didn't have to deal with like a Larry Butts drawing detailing that and getting all confused. Lemur said, Apollo Justice has some of my favorite in-court music. Well, I think was it Clavier's theme that was so good? I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since we played it. Durma says, don't you dare bring up flying. That case still traumatizes me. Jack says, which one? There's like at least 3 cases with flying. I'm assuming you mean the one with the bridge at Hazakura Temple? Durma says, AJ music is underrated, not as in your face, but very vibey. Toshi said, the first Apollo game has incredible OSTs, probably because of Gavin. I almost said Oats instead. Valtube said, talking about Apollo Justice and music, did you all know there's an Apollo Justice fan-made musical in the works? I did not know that. I did know somebody posted that the voice actors, I think it was the Japanese voice actors for Apollo and Clavier did like a voiced version of, what was Clavier's song that he was singing at the concert? Not the one with Lamb War, but like the rockin' song that they sang it together. Toby said, but yeah, I did not know that, Valtube. That sounds like fun. Toby said, the situation reminds me of a Dubus Goobus Ace Attorney skit. Oh, that's the one where it's like Maya is constantly accused of murder and accidentally trips and falls onto a nuke that like launches and blows up Turkey or something like that. 4 is a concerning amount of cats to own. I don't even have an analogy for murder charges. Durma said I was referring to 2-3. Valtube says, I love Guilty. Toby says, yeah. Oh, Guilty Love. That's what it was. Guilty Love. Yes, yes, yes. And whoever was posted in the Discord was pointing out how like Apollo's voice actor made sure to have like kind of a scratchy voice as if from yelling all the time and stuff. Okay. I should play some more, and then I'll read some more of the chat in a bit. Yes, Mr. Saints Balloon! Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Ms. Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. Huh?
Oh yeah, there's some slight Belgian spoilers in the music channel and Discord.
Oh, thank you for the heads up on that. Because I know I tried to avoid, there was like, somebody had said there was some in the memes channel and the artwork channel, and I've tried to be very careful. Thank you for, the 10 bits, that was Oak. I'm sorry, did I speak over a Boo? I'm sorry, I feel like I've done pretty well at avoiding spoilers. There's 2 small Deltarune things that I've seen that might be like very, very mild spoilers. I won't say what they are here. I'll wait till the Deltarune stream, just in case there are other people trying to go in very blind. But they're very, very minor. I've been doing my best to try and avoid spoilers. So thank you for the heads up on that, Oak. I really appreciate it. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Ms. Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. See, as I said, she fell asleep that night, didn't she? Or she passed out? Oh, you bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection.
Except how would he know that she fell asleep? So that noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? How does he know about this stuff? Did he, like, see her down there or something? So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Ms. Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. But how would she not have heard the gunshot? I'm sorry, if you're just one floor down, you would hear a gunshot. Those things be loud. Oh, well, so what if I did? If it did, ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Thank you, Toilet Duck. Thank you, Toilet Duck. I will save. I'm worried that means that I'm gonna have to present evidence in a little bit that's gonna be difficult. But I really appreciate that. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people. Okay, that is the most fair thing he has said this entire game. We should not be relying on Lotta. She is awful. True dat, but it doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Objection.
Wait, why? She can't have? Why? Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch. So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection.
Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. Why is it in green? What is he insinuating? What? No, I don't understand it. You're saying she fell down for... I still don't know if you're admitting that you kidnapped Kay. If the president hid until after Ms. Hart fainted... Oh, that's what he's insinuating, that he could have gone down after the fact and snuck around because Lotta Hart would have been unconscious, not able to see. He could have passed right through the 51st floor, undetected. No! And there we have it. I'm talking in green. What?
Got the okay from Paul. You %100 don't have to, but I asked because you wanted me to tongue.
Awesome! Okay, so I just need a mailing address then. And I'm sure I've probably got a box around here somewhere. But thank you very much, Vera, for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. I just got to decide what I'm going to send you. Because I do have like some extra transformers that I've been meaning to like sell and offload and get rid of. And it's like, I could send one of them your way. But thank you very much, Vera, for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. I will read some more chat once we get some music going in the background. But let's play just a bit more first. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? Oh, that's what the green means Edgeworth voice? How was I supposed to know that? By listening to the pitch of the noise that the letters make? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. So it wasn't to have a good relationship with his estranged son. It was to murder a small child. That's right! It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection.
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Self-defense?
Objection.
Maybe he came in and was like, I'm gonna murder you. Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew that he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But again, it's going to turn out that Simeon Saint did that. That's going to be the one murder that he directly committed. Like somehow we won't get him on the incitement stuff. We're going to get him on that murder. But I didn't find out about my dad until today. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. Oh, that's how he knew all the stuff that went on the trial. I forgot the bug was on the whole time. Thank you, game, for reminding me. I was dumb. But who knew that it was you who made it fall and the president died from being crushed, was it? Ack! All right, well, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. Oh, yeah, well, one more! That's it, we're not even halfway through the stream and we're at the next cross-examination. The murder of the so-called president. And we got great music playing here. Now I can read some more in the chat. Nora says, Vero pregnancy announcement. Oak said, Vero, we need to pin this. Beep says, absolutely. Undertale music is unbeatable. Crystal says, ad quote, that must be when Vero announced a pregnancy. Logan, wording it wrong. It's about Vero's pregnant cat. Dagger says, F stands for fun. It's fun loops. Castle said, I mean, RenP, robust VN engine, is a lot different from game dev in straight Python or Pygame. I feel like you know a lot more about this stuff. I've heard of RenP before. Oh, is it RenPy? Because Python, I guess. But I think I've heard somebody mention Pygame once, which is strikingly close visually the way it's written to the word pygmy. At least in my brain, it thinks so. Oak says, ad quote, sometimes you just get addicted to mpreg. Let's see. Dagger says, hole ahead. Crystal says, welcome and officially. Beep. Beep says, word. Deltarune. Beowulf said, pin this please. Oh, I read that earlier. Wait, no, it says, pin this please. Wait a minute. I just realized, aren't you forgetting a game? There's a couple other games in that list. There was another one which I won't mention on stream, Beowulf, but yeah, that one is in the running, along with Murders on the Yangtze River, and there's a bunch of games. Seriously, like there's a lot of games I want to play and not enough time. Beep says, have you ever beat Deltarune? Me? I've done chapters 1 and 2. I did the secret bosses in both of them, and I also did the Snowgrave route in 2. So I mean, up until it was the new stuff was released, I was caught up. Eglin said, the Spanish horse is taking my heart. See, I almost want to just play that game just to figure out who would be my favorite horse waifu. Doc said, he beat up to chapter 2, but is playing chapter 3 and 4 soon, so no spoilers. Beep said, word, I may watch if I remember. We're going to be starting it soon, probably within a week. Nora said, I can remind you, but obvi, I won't be at those streams. And Beep says, yes. Okay, so Nora, have you not played Deltarune yourself and you don't want to get spoiled? Quickie said, hey, Logan, I made a special roll just for you in spoil chat. Spoiler chat. Spoiler chat. So you don't have to pick the games to get channels for. Plus, the Persona roll counts for all of the Persona games, so this is for the best. Anyway, so thank you very much, Queen Katie. I appreciate that, yeah, because I guess I wouldn't want to see spoilers for Strikers then. So thank you. I look forward to that. Do you need to, like, DM me the invite link or something? Oh, what was that? I heard a pring. Gala! Rated with a party 1! Vero or Krista would want to be so kind as to do a quick shout out for Galp. I'm gonna have a sip of water. Oh, I like robot fights. For some reason, the options being give up and continue sound so much worse than just quit and continue. I'm used to saying quit in video games, but give up just sounds like your spirit has been broken. So thank you, Gal. What were you playing tonight? Oh, you're playing some Zone Zero. Huh?
Nora is blind to Undertale and Deltarune somehow. She only knows that Sans exists, but I'm going to force her to play them in a while greater than 3. tofu.
Ah! Oh, sorry, I just realized there was another Gallup shout-out playing. I just suddenly heard Gallup's voice in the background during the TTS there. Thank you, Oak, for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. That kind of reminds me, did any of you guys see there was a clip from, it was some show that Nathan Fillion was on. So I don't know if it was Castle or whatever, but there's this weird, where you see this kid, and the kid's playing like a video game on a handheld, and Nathan Fillion comes over and is like, oh, see you playing Undertale there, huh? Great game. Took me forever to beat Sans. Like, clearly they were trying to do, like, relevant pop culture stuff. But the problem is all the sound effects from the video game are basic, like, whoop-wop kind of sound effects you would never hear on Undertale. I don't cotton to that. But thank you very much for the clarification, Oak, and for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Nora! You gotta play Undertale. It's so good. It's so good. I'm sorry they won't be able to make it to those streams. I hope that, like, show of hands, who all is going to be okay with tuning in for those streams? Because I've tried to give you guys a lot of time to play those other chapters of Deltarune before we go into it. Let's see. Krista says, Beep has Nora's blood. We have a new cult, apparently. Nora said, no, don't take my blood. I need that. Oak says, ad quote, well, you know what? Sometimes people get... It's like gacha games. When you get addicted, some people get addicted to Mpreg, and it's like, you know what? We gonna have babies from one person. We gonna keep them coming from the others. I love when Vera does really long quotes. Oh, and there's a clip! For anyone who's lurking or who does not know the deal, whenever someone posts a clip into the chat, we load it up into our clip viewers so we can watch it together. So I'll watch this, and I'll also check the YouTube chat, then we will get back to the game. This will give us a timestamp, let me know how far behind I am. And I am 40 minutes behind, which is a lot, but not as much as it could be. This clip is titled, Crap, Mpreg is like a gotcha game. It's gonna be that quote that Vera just did, right?
Or fluid liquids.
The first words are fluid liquids.
Chat decided to impregnate sin Firodon with Cosme.
Well, you know what? I mean, sometimes people, it's like gotcha games. When you get addicted, some people just get addicted to Mpreg, and it's like, you know, and we've got to have babies from one person, got to keep them coming from others. I never realized until I started making TikTok clips, and then I see quotes like that, how much when I'm talking and rambling on here, I kind of stutter and stammer with stuff. But thank you very much, Vero, for the clip. I appreciate that. Let me take a look over on YouTube chat. Oh, crap, I gotta scroll up again. Gotta scroll up. Gotta scroll up. Gotta scroll up. There's a lot of chatting. Oh, there's so much chatting going on. Jack says, not gonna lie, I think 4-3 was a decent case. Valtube said 4-3 has weird logic, but it's a good cast. Like, Ace Attorney's logic has always been smart but dumb, but 4-3's logic is dumb but dumber. Toby said 4-3 would have been great with a different defendant, in my opinion. Dermis says Toby 100% agree. You guys gotta make sure when I eventually play Greatest Attorney, which is the game I'm assuming you're talking about, you let me know these things. Like, then, remind me that you had this conversation so that I'll be able to look back and go, oh, that's what you were talking about. Jack says, I just think it's overhated. Like, it isn't great, but it's nowhere near the worst. Valtube says, Machi Tobai. Oh, so we're talking about Apollo Justice. Okay, then in that case, I do know the one you're talking about. Machi Tobai is peak defendant, even if the reason he is accused is really dumb. Derba says, oh, it's not terrible, just odd. I do think it's overhated. Oh, and Gallup just gifted a sub. It's not telling me to whom, so I gotta check this thing here. Oh, and at Tony's Game Lounge. Is Tony in the chat? Thank you so much, Gallup, for gifting that sub to Tony. I really appreciate that. Did anyone check out Tony posted on the YouTube a few shorts from the podcast episode that I joined him for? So if you don't want to watch the whole or listen to the whole podcast, you can check out the shorts. Oh, and Rise said that a poll appeared on Twitch. 10-minute Sruvi. Would you tune up for a Deltarune streams? Oh, this is a good idea. To find out who all is going to be able to watch that. And a pin message written by Queen Katie, pinned by Vera, said, please pin, the invite link has been sent to you, Logan. We also have a quotes channel, so do not be surprised that it's mostly Oak putting in sus quotes. Sus quotes? I have never said a sus thing in my sweet innocent life. I defy you to point out any sus quotes. Let's see. Toby says, a lot of the hate comes from having to watch the same cutscene over and over, which isn't as bad as the collection from what I understand. Okay, so now I know the case you're talking about, so I do know that cutscene. Valtube says, I want Machi to grow up with Apollo and Trucy as their siblings, and Thalassia Lamoir as their mother. Jack says, if so, that's not a super valid reason for it being one of the worst. It's beyond clear that Capcom will never again acknowledge that Apollo and Trucy are siblings, so Spirit Justice post-credit scene gave me no hope. I mean, I wanted that to give me hope because it was like, maybe it's finally time. It was so uncomfortable when you had Dirk. It's like, yeah, who's this girl? You two should get married. Why do you seem so similar? Why do you resemble each other? Why do I feel like that if you had babies, they'd have physical deformities? Very uncomfortable. Valtube says, yeah, hating on 4-3 because of a cutscene is dumb. 1-5 did the same, but it's one of the best cases anyway. Toshi said, the song cutscene was so ugly it might be the only evidence uglier than Maya's handmade box. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back a little bit. I didn't realize there was so much chatting on YouTube. Let's play a bit more of the game, because we're already halfway through. But if we can get through this, I'm assuming then there'll be a bunch of like presenting stuff, and there'll be a big long 2-hour cutscene explaining what actually happened. Because that always happens at the end. You gotta explain how the master plan went down. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. You're admitting to this. That is a crime! That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set old Taurosaurus's noggin a-fallen, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. I feel like the voice I've been doing for Simeon Saint post-mask off has been slowly evolving. I hope you guys still like it as much as you liked it early on. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth! That thing you're so fond of! That's what caused the murder here, not me. No! That's not possible! No one has ever committed murder upon truthful information. Well, is there a detective in the house? Yeah, I'm over here, but I gotta wait a little longer before the game will let me say a line again. Somebody arrest that boy! Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Arrgh! Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner! That idiot phony president! You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? Huh?
You defy me? That was your first mistake. I'd be shoving my tongue into that hole all the time. It's baby smashing time. One of the few times I have turned someone on. Enjoy your orgy, fuzzy little guy. Boo.
Yeah, I don't know who said any of that stuff. That all sounds awful. I mean, yeah, no clue who would say such unspeakable things, all of those things. But I'm sure whoever said it, A, had context in which he said it that made perfect sense at the time, and B, that whoever said it is probably also a very attractive individual who is, by the way, getting into really good shape, working out at the gym, and thinks that pretty girls should totally DM him. Just saying, but thank you very much for the 10 bits, Oak. I appreciate it. That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. That's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something. I think you need to do more than that than just find a police officer and go, hey, that guy's a murderer. Objection! We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. Meow. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or a chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh, that's like half my health. No, he's not holding back. Like, what in universe is that? I always joke that the judge is stabbing us. Like, is he stabbing us? Like, what? But in universe, the judge is just issuing a penalty. What is he doing? He doesn't have any authority over us. What, did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line, too? Hey, Miles Reno, bring it in for a hug, bro. take a deep breath for me, would ya? Just imagine Chie Satanaka telling you to breathe. Why would I do that, Fender? I want to talk so much that I get lightheaded and perhaps even get the hiccups. Because it's times like these that lawyers need to force their biggest smiles. Wait, no, that's not it. That you need to kick back, take stock, and be great. Ah!
Remember to breathe.
Thank you, Chie.
Don't think.
So I'm going to do what Edgeworth should be doing. Edgeworth, listen to Chie. Thank you. Oh, it's Castle. Thank you very much for the breathe redeem, Castle. I appreciate that. Huh?
Why imagine it when you can have it actually happen?
And you know what? That sounds like a good philosophy for most things in life. Why let your dreams remain ethereal? Why not make them real? There won't be dreams anymore. They'll be a reality. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. And be grateful for what you have. The worst of oh, he actually said it. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember, I don't think that man usually says calmly, does he? I don't know. You're more of an expert on the things that come out of that man's mouth than I am. Hey, I heard what happened. Okay, I gotta read some chat. Beep says, yes, we are accepting applications for indentured servants. Oh, a pin message written by Castlepin by Vera said, yes, hit all the pretty ladies with the it's baby smashing time, but with context. Please talk to me. I work out. Okay. Show of hands. All the ladies in chat, would that work on you? If a guy walked up to you and said, it's baby smashing time, but with context, I work out. Would that work? I think we'll be pleasantly surprised by how many people that would work on. Bill says, if you want something like Squid Game, then Alice in Borderland is really good. I have talked about that on stream before, like a couple of years ago. It's good, huh?
Sorry, but no, because I'm not pretty.
Wait, what does that have to do with whether it would work on you? Does that mean it works only on pretty girls, huh?
911.
You're calling 911? Or is TTS girl calling 911? But anyway, and you know, Castle, I bet if you're anything like me, Castle, I tend to have self-image issues. You've probably noticed this from my self-deprecating sense of humor. I'm sure you are probably much prettier than you realize you are. And Vero, I'm not sure what you'd say to the 911 operator. I should mention, this was kind of funny. One time, get this. I mentioned before on chat that I previously had to testify in court against a drunk driver. So there was this drunk driver lady, this was several years back, but like before I started streaming. And she was like smashing up some stuff in her car at the entrance to this parking garage. I won't go into all the details, but like we needed to stop her because she was clearly about to get back out on the road and probably could have killed somebody. And so one of us, I can't remember who, it might have been me, like pulled out a phone and called 911 to get some police over there to stop her. And I just remember we called the 911 dispatch. We started explaining what it is, like, hi, we're doing this and we're at this place and da-da-da. And then the lady on the other end is like, wait, where are you? Wait, who is this I'm talking to? I'm like, my name's Logan. It's like, Logan, it's good to talk to you. I'm so-and-so, who volunteered at the time at the theater that I perform with. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know you work as a 911 dispatcher. I'm saying to my friends, hey, it's our friend. Again, I'm not gonna say the name, but it was kind of funny. Oh, and the poll is done. And yes, I'm so excited as one with 88% of the vote, with 13% saying, no, I still got to play it. Well, for the person who voted, still got to play it, totally understandable. I don't want to spoil the game for you, but just know we will miss you and we hope we'll be able to see you at maybe the Date Everything streams. Let me read some more in the chat, though. I got to keep working. Sorry, I glanced over the bottom of the stream, and I saw Vero saying something about workout again. I worry what people are saying about the whole workout thing. You guys know that this is not how I talk to girls in real life, right? Right? I pretend to have confidence in real life. But yes, Beowulf, Alice in Borderland is really good. I remember talking about it on stream ages and ages ago. It is another one of those really dark death game type of things. It's based on a manga. So I really enjoyed, like, after each episode, I'd go and, like, check the differences between the manga and the show. And it is good. The ending is a twist ending, but it's also one of those things, I hear they're going to do a third season. And I don't know how, after the way the second season ended, how they can do a third season, because they explained, like, what was happening, and it feels like that is now concluded, so I don't know. Dagger said, can I be a dog? I don't know what that's related to, but I see no reason why not. Beep says, I suppose so. I've never had this unusual request. Beep said, do you know any tricks? Dagger says, I can bark on command. Okay, we gotta test this out. Speak, Dagger, speak. There better be some barking in the chat now. Crystal says, bark, Dagger. Beep says, I've got the PreSonus audio box program that comes with the hardware. Bill said, there is a completely logical reason why strikers can happen after Royal, but not mentioned in events or characters. Yoshizawa was never a fan of Thief. Eventually everyone forgot. You already saw people starting to forget the events in the third trimester during the game after all. Dagger says, woof, question mark, crying face. Oak says, oh dang, you have the PreSonus audio box? Beep says, yes I do. Oak says, Logan, chat is getting kinky today. Oh, with the barking. Nora says, read this as personas, the brain rot is real. Beep says, lol. Dagger said, there is nothing kinky here. I'm 100% serious in my role. Oak says, I have a Scarlet 2i2 right now, but I'm hoping to upgrade an RME interface soon when I get money. And Beep says, very cool. And a new poll has just appeared. Will baby smashing time with context line work on the ladies? The options are yes, no, maybe. Smash that baby or work out. I'm gonna vote yes and be optimistic. If you vote no, or any of the other options, then you are obligated to drop your best or worst pickup line in chat, okay? Let me take a look over on YouTube. Read some more, because I was getting behind there. Don't. Derma says, the color grading was off, like Clavier's face looked burned before the detonator even goes off. Yeah, everyone was joking about how orange he looked. Valtube said, the AJ music, oh, I gotta scroll up because it just skipped down. They would make the Apollo and Trucy would actually discover they are siblings instead of keeping it a secret for 3 whole games. And there was no reason to even continue keeping it a secret. I mean, there's obvious a reason why they did, because then if you play one of the later games first, you don't want to be spoiled on that twist. But it's like, just spoil that twist, or like don't address it and just let that inform the way you characterize them. Jack says, on the topic of 1.5 being hated, I never found the pot rotating part very difficult, so whenever anyone complains about it, it just looks like a skill issue on their part. I don't know. Derma said, yeah, I never struggled with that, and I was playing the original Derma with a little high five thing. Toby says, if that storyline isn't resolved in AA7, I'm gonna be angry. Jack said, that's if we get an AA7. Derma says, I'll be going. Enjoy the case. Adios, chat. Good night, Dermo. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good rest of your evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Jack says, if I had a nickel for every franchise I played this year made by a Japanese game studios, that last new mainline game released in 2016 and have only gotten spin-offs, crossovers, and re-releases since then, I'd have 2 nickel, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. I wish I could do a Doofenshmirtz voice to read that. Toby says, AA7 is my biggest copium. We will get Athena Sykes Space Attorney. Jack says, Space Attorney sounds peak, not gonna lie. Toby said, it's my headcanon title for the next game, because imagine if aliens. Jack says, that wouldn't be that weird for AA. I could see it. I'd go for that. I might actually be okay with Athena's pro tag in that case.
Let the record show that when I submitted the poll, the options I recommended were, yes, I have very low standards. No, I have very high standards. No, I'm calling the cops.
Then whoever made the poll, you were very merciful to me, and I really appreciate it. I'm still the only person who's voted yes from looks of it. No has gotten 69% of the vote, so I'm assuming people have stopped voting to keep the number nice. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm behind in both chats. We got to get back to the game. The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on, huh?
3 votes for yes.
Wait, what? Other people voted yes? Oh crap, I accidentally clicked out. There we 3 bits, so 2 other people voted yes. Thank you. 2 people. So the winner is no with 69% of the vote. 274 votes. Second place was I work out with 30%. Nora contributing 1,360 channel points. So thank you very much for the clarification on that, Vero. Thank you very much for casting your votes in there. I'll read a couple more comments on Twitch, I guess, since I got called back in here. But then I need to play some more after that.
I was 2 people.
Oh, you voted twice. Okay, so I only have one person to thank, but thank you very much, Oak, for the 10 bits and for the kindness in your votes. I appreciate that. Let's see. Quick said, also, when Logan finishes future games like Deltarune and Date Everything, I'll add Logan's role to those spoiler chat channels. That's kind of how I might make it work for Logan to chill in there with us yappers. Thank you, Queen Katie. Nora said, I hope so. Or Maya. Oak said, Maya does not have the license for that. Vera said, he did officiate the wedding in AA6, I think, so he could. Oh, that's a good point. Nora said, neither does Sprout Mole Mike. You didn't know that. Sprout Mole Mike could be an ordained minister. Oak said, that Judge Udgy headcanon is my new favorite thing ever. I need Judge Udgy back on screen so I can lick it. Nora said, question mark. Oak said, every time I see Judge Udgy, I lick the screen. Dagger says, why? Oak says, I'm in love with Judge Udgy. Vera said, then play more AA Booey. Jen says, I'm making dinner. I'll be right back, though. Thank you so much for the kind of lurk there. Enjoy your making of dinner, and we'll see you when we get back, Jen. Okay, now we'll play some more game. The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on the hot air balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? Okay, so where this is the whole turning your thinking around thing that Phoenix always does. So Edgeworth is learning it now. So what conditions would he have been cool with him getting on board? If he was dead. If he was dead. That's what we're gonna say. A turnabout in thinking? Oh! Why do turnabouts always turn me on? That man. Let's say in case the game is gonna ask me, and if the option for if he's dead is not there and I have to think of something else, and I am dumb or wrong. Hey, Dad! Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. But, you know, he was kind of old-fashioned, so don't emulate his racism. Did we mention that? Fiercely racist, that Gregory. He's right! He was fiercely racist, but it was a different time! Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. Half your hit points. Oh! This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down, one statement at a time. Okay, so it wasn't a selection of things, but somehow our evidence will demonstrate that he was already dead before getting into the balloon. The murder of the so-called president. Once again, you guys know the drill. We save, then press every statement, then figure out where we're going to be presenting evidence. So let's do at least 1 or 2 more statements, and then I will read some more in the chat because I'm probably getting further and further behind. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy.
Don't finish game, find woman and finish life.
Oh, you know, Shadow, thank you for the 15 bits for the extra nickel. Yes, I want to find a woman. I don't want to finish life in the sense, okay, I would want to win at life, but finishing life sounds very death-y. And I don't want to die. Are you trying to get me to find one of those like Black Widow type of women who kill their mates? But thank you very much, Shadow. How are you doing? Good to have you here, and thank you again for the 15 bits, for the TTS bits and the extra 5. Again, press 1 or 2 statements. Don't read some more in the chat. I gotta get caught up. I'm so far behind in both. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. Hold it! Hold it! The strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident in your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Meow. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me! I did this world a favor! Mr. Edgeworth, he scared me. What he said wasn't funny. Why was he laughing if there was no joke? Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty, to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? That was the case with Bronco with Chairman Winner. And so you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred? What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another, and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Ha! You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch 2. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing. Stop it! Your poor papa, scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. Why, huh?
Voyeur Simeon Cannon?
He likes to watch. He likes to watch. Ah! Don't worry though, like he'll just be quietly in a chair in the corner of the hotel room. Just watching. Watching the whole time, occasionally making eye contact with your spouse. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that, Oak. Okay, now I should read some more comments in the chat because I am so far behind. Oak says to Vero in all caps, it's not my choice when Nora plays AA. She makes all the game decisions. If I could choose, she would be at Persona 5 by now. Vero's laughing. Nora smiling. Let's see. Vero says, even if he... there's a deleted message. I'm assuming that I'm not supposed to see it, so I'm not going to read it. Vero says, even if he's far in chat, I'm going to veto this. Nora said, what happened? Vero said, you're going to make him think back to every theory ever. Deleted message. Nora says, oh. Huh?
Ah, yes. A quote that is clearly not suited given context. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's perfectly reasonable within context. When you realize, I'm just talking about cuckoldry. Isn't that the noun form of it? Sorry, I always like that whenever people are like, what was it? I remember some show where somebody made like an innuendo that sounded dirty. And everyone's like, how dare? It's like, no, it's okay. I'm just talking about sex. And then I love when people act like, no, you just need the context. And then the context is exactly what you think it is. But thank you very much to the 10 Bits Castle. I appreciate that. Oh, I should drink more. I see Dagger just did a hydrate command earlier with the point I got in chat. Thank you very much, Dagger. Nora says to Vero, name one Lana. She's not a fae, but she was dating one. Vera said, no brothers or sisters-in-law. Oak says, is the fat one still on the table? Nora said, but if Mia was still alive, Lana could have married her and become a fae. Quiggita said, help, guys, I've got lost in my guide. I don't know where Logan is. Nora said, who? I heard the word lesbian. Nora, why would that make you perk up your ears? Oak says, Katie is currently trapped in Guam. I don't know how she ended up there. Quiggita said, never mind, I got it figured out. I know where Logan is. That's kind of scary.
Ida Somnium Files reference. Gotta love animal husbandry videos.
Thank you very much. That's another game I need to go back and play some more of. I've been thinking maybe I should just do some recreational playing in my own time in like the Discord subscriber VC one of these days. But thank you very much for the 10 bits, Vero. That was a fun game. I appreciate that. I still need a better phrase than I appreciate that, since apparently you don't like that. Let's see. Nora said, who are lesbian lovers? Vera says, me and Phoenix, right? I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. Then Vera says, attention. Oh, wasn't paying evidence. Attention, I meant attention. He said evidence and it threw me off. Quiggita said, dang, Vera, bribing in my courtroom? Nora says, I wasn't paying attention. Beep says, instead of ka-chow, he says kazap. And Vera says, laughing. And Oak with the timestamp 1:11:11. I am over 45 minutes behind. That is not good. Actually, no, I'm just under 45 minutes behind. Quickita said, speaking of fun, I am so hoping I get one sunny day next week because I was hoping for me and Dad to have a fun adventure out of town to keep to this cool science museum, but it keeps raining all month. Does the rain prevent you from being able to go to the museum? Is part of it like outdoor or something? I hope it works out, Queen Katie. Castle says, there are Apollo's Justice-centric songs, drama CDs. Ooh, Queen Katie said, I'm snacky, gonna nab wafers. See you when you get back, Queen Katie. Huh?
Oka. Magpie flying in. Hope you're well. I had a very fun time with friends today, and am home at last.
Welcome home, Magpie. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. I'm glad they had a good time. We are possibly finishing tonight. I am still not convinced we're actually going to finish tonight, but we might. I'd prefer not to go super overtime because I do have to be up early tomorrow for work, but I'm glad you had fun. Are you allowed to say, like, what you did? Do you do any fun activities? But thank you so much for being here, Magpie. I should read some more over on YouTube chat. Let's see. Lemur says, Luke Atmey's last name is probably Nose. Jack said, oh, hang on. It just tried to scroll without me. I gotta go back up. Jack says, or it's Atmey. You could say that if his name is Luke Atmey, that name is very on the nose. Toby says, case 7-1, Solomon Starbuck gets accused of murdering an alien. Lemur says, maybe. Jack says, did the alien have extraterrestrial lights? Right? I said lights, right? I see what you did there, Jax. High five for the pun. Toby says, yes. Valtube says, Alba theme songs in a futuristic style. Valtube says, 6-2 would be even peaker if Apollo knows he's Trucy's brother. Imagine if Apollo tells Reddit. I can't even say his name. I'll say Roger. Rettins, there we go. Says, yeah, I'm a grammar too when the Rettins gets a second breakdown. Jack says, yeah, although there could be some things that would need to be changed in AA6 regards to some dialogue because Apollo would know his mother and she would be around. Well, she might not be around. She might still be a deadbeat, but he would just know her identity. Toby says, Rettins would need to do a lot more revenging if he knew that Thalassa was still around. Toshi says, we have to stop him from what Edgeworth he already... From what Edgeworth? He already did the deed. From escaping? Because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's not just a serial random crime killer. We got to make sure he gets punished, but I don't know if he's still a danger to other people. Nora says, I have no spoilers for Undertale or Deltarune. Rilo says, Logan, what's your thoughts on Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse and its constant delays, and will you ever watch it? I've already seen both of the movies. I enjoyed them very much. I feel like the delays for the third one were kind of inevitable. Their original release window they were aiming for seemed kind of unrealistic. I am worried about Miles Morales' actor's behavior online toward, what's her name? Space her name, the voice of Gwen in it. And I hope that's not like causing drama or something like that. But I hope they do another one because I want to see the storyline get resolved. England said, I am genuinely rooting for these horses. Oh my gosh. Quickita said, well, that's the thing. If you make something a cute anime girl, you get invested. Quickita said, Logan, he had a bug on K. Remember at that point? I forgot. I eventually remembered, but I forgot. England said he's probably doing an Edgeworth impression with a green text. How could you guys tell that? Am I just dumb? Maybe I'm dumb. Jin said, I'm back. Welcome back, Jin. Nora said, TTS reading that emoji was unfortunate. Oh, wait, I read that emoji out loud. I must have missed it. I'm sorry. Vera said, if you can sell them for more money, I say get that bag. Well, the thing is, I could, but I'd have to go on eBay, and I kind of hate eBay. I don't know. Vera said, extra figures for future Logan reading that. Oh, I know. I can tell what you're talking about. When it's about Transformers, I can sense it. Dagger says, oh, can't resist the charm of the clown man. No! Is he charming? Is it the tongue? Is it the tongue? So everybody loves Clown Lady in the last game. Everybody loves Clown Man in this one. Do people want to ship the two of them together, see them smooching with her giant inflatable balloons and his distended tongue? Vera says, reading, what? One of us. Salute. Quinkita says, Townge? Quote, because you wanted me to... Oh, tongue. Wait, Townge? No, Townge? No, tongue is spelled Tongue, right? What is Townge? Wait, what? Reading what? Townge? Nora says, because the name of that emoji was tongue. TTS said, because you want me to tongue. Oh, so it says 100% don't have to, but I asked because you wanted me to tongue. That's what it's called, is tongue? I told you how I got embarrassed with that one time, right? Because I tend to use that a lot when I'm in texting, do colon and letter P to show that what I'm saying is goofy. I prefer that over like tonal tags like /J, just to like do a little face. And so if I say some kind of joke, and I'll be like, little colon, little P. Makes sense, right? There was one time when I was a bit younger, more naive, and I was texting this girl, and it was a girl I really liked. Nothing ever came from it, obviously. But I wasn't like, hitting on her or anything. We were just like joking around, texting everything. And I sent her some text saying some stupid little joke, and it ended with that emote, little colon, and the P. And then there was like an oddly long delay before the next text, and she's like, "Are you licking me?" I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm joking." And she thought it was like an "I'm licking you" face. It's like, it's not. It is, I'm being a goofball face. I am not licking you. Anyway, let's play some more. What do you call that again? Oh, yeah. Rank incompetence. Oh, he was dissing his dad. How dare you. Agent Lang, please, do I need to put that leash back on you again? You don't know the half of it, you clown! Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now! Sorry to butt in, Miles, but your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories. Oh crap, we're still pushing these things. We might not get through this cross-examination tonight, huh?
I'm not licking you, and then he does this. Boo.
Wait, and then I did what? But thank you for the 10 bits. I appreciate that, Oak. I wasn't. I was being a goofball. Granted, I had a crush on her, but I wasn't. Huh?
Tongue.
And there's TJ, the tongue. I wasn't. It's like goofy. Like, does anyone here, honestly, when you see that emote used, think like the person typing is licking other people? No! But thank you both, Oak and Vera, for the 10 bits each. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Hold it! But it's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. All right, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground, like you said. What's wrong with doing that? Objection! So you admit it! You did take him on your balloon! Objection! You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night." That sounds romantic. That's ridiculous, and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through? Objection! After this is over, can I borrow your balloon? That sounds like a nice idea. You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. Objection. Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me. Objection. Oh, this is Edgeworth, the voice again. Very well, let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? Just you wait, I'll update the crap out of that autopsy report. It's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Hold it! Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Taurosaurus head... Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all the trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? Objection! That may have been my theory at one point, but that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Objection. Why, the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. I'm gonna save, because I feel like it might ask him, do we have anything else? And I'm gonna have to present the hot air balloon for like the 3rd time in a row. The president's body double was crushed under the falling Taurosaurus head. Fact. No! There must be something! some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. Okay, one more thing to present, and then we'll be able to, or to press, then we'll be able to present evidence. And who said the old Taurosaurus' noggin a fallen? Hold it! Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall. That much we know. And have we, proved this? I feel like we found circumstantial evidence to suggest it, but I don't know if we really proved it for sure. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic. So we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed. Sean Fenn killed the president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here. Not so fast! This case is far from closed! Still scrabbling, huh? Well, all right then, enlighten us, and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? Can we just kill him? Can all of us, if we agree, pinky promise not to ever tell him, but we're just gonna kill him? What's the downside? Just murder pact! Murder pact! Murder pact! Why is nobody else cheering? I cheer for you, except I gotta wait until Mr. Edgeworth cheers first. Think, Miles, think! I like that he calls himself Miles in his head. If Mr. Saint killed the president's ballsy double, because he's so stuffy, I could see him calling himself Edgeworth. It would have happened. It would have to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had to have to have had? What would he have had to hand? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. I'm not gonna make this easy, is he? We need to think about how the president died. It was a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Taurosaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? Okay, so we're back to the start, so we gotta go to the one where he says that he was crushed. Yeah, so it'll be this, so we're gonna save and we'll go through the evidence and see what else could have crushed him. Before we present that evidence, let me read a few more comments to chat because I am so far behind. Let's see, Nora says, because the name of that emoji was tongue, so TDS said because you want to tongue. Quicket said, Simeon, heart, Saint for the win, join us now. Dagger said, Logan, chat is just another name for Simeon Saint fan club. It's happened before. You should have seen the first time Franziska showed up. People were going bonkers for her. Nora says, no. Quicket says, add quote, thank you for game for reminding me I was dumb. Average ace attorney testimony. Quicket said, final testimony. Yeehaw! Castle said, unfortunately, I want nothing more than to strangle this man, but I shall hide myself in shame. I think not simping over someone isn't something that should be as shameful, personally. Dagger says, I wonder what delay is right now. Oak said he's probably like half an hour behind. Quickita says, I have faith in Sir Logan, but I do have the guide for the final game. Yongxi mention. Eglin said, I'm training Agnes, and she's low-key kind of a b-hole, but I'm also in too deep right now. There was Gallop's raid. Thank you again for the raid, Gallop. Crystal said, should we make a prediction if we finish the game today? Ooh, can we do a prediction whether we'll finish the case by the 3-hour mark? Can we do that? Nora said, Logan! I haven't played Deltarune. You know this. I'd for gore. Quickita says, oh yeah, I'll send you an invite, Logan. Thank you, Quingate Avier said, double shout out. Beep says, yes, I've been trying to get Nora to play Undertale. Castle says, the rookie. Galp says, that was Broken Sword on second clip. Crystal says, she's that blind? No spoilers at all. Wow, I'm impressed. Oak said, yeah, it's wild. Crystal says, I'm gonna watch Deltarune. Nora said, I have to finish Omori first. Oak bought me Undertale, so I will have KT. Quickita says, please pin the... Oh, that was pinned earlier. Castle said, to be fair for Nathan, the dialogue surrounding the Undertale reference is coherent. Unfortunately, it does imply that he played the redacted route. Oh, that's right, because it'd be... Yeah. So I guess you can chalk it up to the sound design people. You know what it's kind of like? I remember seeing this little trivia thing about the first Wayne's World movie back in the 90s, I think, when that came out. That they had a joke where Wayne, played by Mike Myers, they're the music shop, and he sees a guitar. He's like, no way, and he wants to practice it, and he plays the first few notes of Stairway to Heaven. And then they say stop, and they point to a sign that says no stairway. He's like, no stairway. And they did that in theaters, but I guess they had a rights problem. The rights holders of Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin are like, no, you can't do that. And so for the home release and showings on TV after that, they changed it to just like random guitar music. So the joke makes no sense anymore because he's not playing Stairway. And they're like, no Stairway. And he's like, what? Of course, when I was a kid, the first time I saw that movie, I didn't even know what Stairway to Heaven was, so I assumed that was Stairway to Heaven. And the prediction has started. Will we be able to finish this game by 3-hour marks? Yes and no. Cast your votes. Queekita said, please, do I need more yapping with Deltarune peeps? Oak said, yeah, but we will probably wait a bit to start a new game until after we finish 3/4 of the game. We only play 2 at a time because 4 at once is way too much. Oak says, wow. Crystal said, y'all lucky I don't mind spoilers. Wait, did I do a spoiler? Oh, no, we're talking about Deltarune again. Queekita said, that kind of sus quotes Logan. That was what Oak usually puts in OWO? But what is OWO? Castle says, alas, I'm too much of a wimp to stomach Deltarune, but I am sure you'll have lots of fun. Are you going to be able to hang out for, like, date everything at least? Because, as I've said before, your commentary up there with, like, Cookster and Doc is, like, top 3 commentary in here. Queekita said, someone needs to record Simeon saying this. Why is nobody doing that? I know, like, we don't even need to. We got all these witnesses. Beep says, your voice for Simeon sounds like half the villains in the Bleach English dub. I'll take that. I like the Bleach dub. Even though they recast one of my favorite side characters for 1,000 Year Blood War, because he was previously voiced by, crap, what's his name? Edward Elric. Vic Mignogna, or however you say his name. Now he's voiced by somebody else. Queekita says, that's a face load. Oh, I know it's a face, but when you said post it in, I thought maybe that was like the name of the quotes channel on your Discord, your spoiler Discord server. Dagger says, what? Oak said, these are all direct quotes from Logan. They had context. Vera said, right, quote to get a random quote of this. Dagger says, so happily, I'm definitely the person with context and knowledge of that situation. Castle says, yes, hit all the pretty ladies with its baby. Oh, that was pinned earlier. Oak says, Vero, can you turn slow mode off briefly so I can do something? Crystal says, no. And then some quotes. Crystal says, I'm bringing back slow mode. And Jin says, what? And Queekita says, I'm so glad for captions because I heard, why let your dreams remain cereal? And Beep says, don't let your dreams be dreams, just do it. Castle says, cereal like the food. Oak says, so glad that a few friends are finally hearing about Logan quotes. Okay, I should check out the YouTube chat now. Wait, how far do I have to scroll up? Do I have to scroll up? Oh, I don't really have to scroll up there because, oh, that is stuff that we've seen. Toby says, this emote scares me. Oh yeah, on YouTube, that's a giant tongue. That does look like licking. Says, think Miles. Think Miles, what'll you have after 500 updated autopsies? I'll have you. That man. I'll have you right. I always like those memes. Okay, let's keep going. Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Okay, so we need to find something else. I'm assuming it's probably going to be the hot air balloon. That would, I guess, explain why he shot at it, because it's like just barreling straight toward him. But I'd rather not present that 3 times in a row. So let's see if there's something else. I mean, he could have hit him with a truck. Could have tried to isekai him somewhere else. The mechanics gloves, IS evidence, and case file. Did we save before we present this? Well, I'll check to save again. It's gonna be the balloon. It's gonna be the balloon again. So save and then present the balloon. And that's gonna be it. I mean, he'd have to be like falling for that. Because like, not just descending. Because if you descend, it's like, oh, the balloon is crushing me. Oh, it's crushing me. Oh no, splat. It's gotta like really smack into you, you know? Okay, let's present balloon for the 3rd time. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have him mixed up with somebody else. No monsters here, I'm afraid. Objection! Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command! It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it! Wait, we can? How do we have proof of that? What? You're talking about the lion balloon? Yes. A quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. You have to make everything so flowery all the time. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. You didn't need to explain it. We all saw what you were doing. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seemed very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof. I feel like so much of these things we're saying could probably be figured out through fairly basic investigative work. Send Emma and some people, some forensics people, whatever, over to the basket, hot air balloon, scour it, look the inside. He probably tried to clean it out, but there may be like some hairs of the president in there or something like that. Having been killed by your balloon! I guess I would only say that he was in there, not that he was dead first. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourselves. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. Again, why didn't he dodge? You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body. Objection. Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Oh yeah, what does his autopsy report say? Autopsy report. Flecks of yellow substance. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. So how did he preserve him? Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Huh. Which would mean that the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would? Wow, you're really losing your touch. You used to have the touch. You used to have the power. Yeah. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. Unless Hilda Hertz falsified it again for some reason. April 5th, that was yesterday. Which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. My milk is empty. Mama, can you get me some more milk? All right, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you I didn't know who he was until today. I like the whole he left you, you should hate him thing. And it kind of parallels Carmelo Gusto. Oh, but you did know, because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide of the mark? Huh?
You got the touch. You got the power. Yeah.
Oh, I thought Beef Longa was going to sing like a full verse, and I was going to chime it. After all is said and done, you never walk, you never run, you're a winner. Thank you very much for the Beef Longa TTS Vero. I'm so used to thinking the Beef Longas are always oak. Thank you, Vero, for the TTS. I should read some more in the chat. The prediction is still going on, by the way, so cast your votes there. We are past the 2-hour mark, though, so keep that in mind. And I believe the prediction says by the 3-hour mark, not by the end of the stream, so by 3 hours, huh?
That took too long. Why is he so unenthusiastic about it?
You know what, Beef? I think he just doesn't quite have good taste. He probably has never seen that movie yet. He needs to see it, then he'll realize how amazing it is. But yes, thank you for the 10 bits. He needs to watch that. It's peak. Let's see. Nora says, bro, I should see if I can get Vivi to record something for me. If she's able to do that, it'd be so fun to have a redeem of Vivi saying something to me. I just don't know what I would have her say. We just gotta like check the prices that she usually would charge for that type of thing and make sure you come prepared with money then. Crystal says, probably. Wait, probably what? And Dagger said, no, it wouldn't. Oh, it's probably on the whole baby smashing time thing. Oak says, after current poll, do a poll on that, if that line would work on you. Nora says, no. Vera said, you paid for this. Nora said, Longa, you are so much prettier than you think you are. You know what gets me is I remember, this is what kind of ruined my self-image again. When I was younger, I had horrible self-image. Then it got better, and then it crashed again because I remember seeing something online that was about some study that was explaining, hey, you notice how you always feel like you look worse in photographs and you look in the mirror? It's because psychologically, when you look in the mirror, your brain tricks you into thinking you're like some inordinate amount present more attractive than you actually are. And so anytime I look at myself in the mirror, even if I feel like I look good, I'm like, I look worse than that. Anytime I look in the mirror and like, I don't look good, I'm like, I look even worse than that. But thank you nonetheless, Nora. Vera said, also reminded me of the sentence. Oak said, make the options, yes, I have low standards, no, I have very high standards, or no, I'm calling the cops. Vera said, it's baby smashing time, then I work out. Crystal says, you could have just said, please, Oak. Dagger said, flirting versus harassment. Nora said, the still gotta play, it is me. I will come to Date Everything streams, but I don't know how often. I don't like that game, except for the VAs. Well, I don't know how long we're gonna play, because it's entirely possible our first Date Everything stream, I might go, I don't like this game, and we'll pick something else for the end of next week. But I also don't think it's a very long game, right? Because we're not gonna try and get everybody. I wanna go at least long enough to figure out enough to like pick somebody and to try and pursue that person, you know? Dagger said, you don't talk to girls like that in that IRL? I trusted you! Well, it's because I don't really talk to girls IRL, because I don't know how to meet them. Eglin says, oh gosh, I didn't realize I need to have my horse racing to gain fans. Well, I trade her up and she's in a great mood, so let's hope she'll ace these races. Quickita said, Deltarune is gonna be my first lore-based stream during my spoiler clip break. I'm so excited, the most I can do is yell in the spoiler chat. Dagger says, wood. Oak says, wrong letter, Dagger, but we still get the meaning. Castle says, to be fair, it works as a joke. As a pickup line, research shows that directly asking someone out is more effective than humorous lines in the Journal of Personality and Individual Diff gets dragged away again. Well, I do agree with that. It's always best to be direct and just ask someone out. But I like to inject humor into it. I'm not gonna go out. I've actually heard some other things about asking people out, but that's a whole other conversation, and I'm not good at it anyway, though. Quickita says, Oak. Beep says, bro is terrible at being a dog. You're hired anyway. Nora said, this is how dogs speak. Eglin said, literally all of the other horses are in awful moods. What are these trainers doing to their poor babies? Dagger says, yes. Wait, in that game, do you race against other players, or is it PvP or just PvE for the races? Oak says, shake my head, mods, ignoring my option request. Crystal says, ooh. Vera said, to be fair, I was making it, but Crystal beat me to it. Oak said, it's okay, I forgive you. Crystal said, my bad, laughing. Vera said, laughing, it's okay, it's funny. Last option is my favorite. Crystal says, I don't know, I think someone disagree. Crystal said, someone really hates the line. I'm sorry, laughing. Crystal, never apologize. You're just perfect the way you are, Crystal. Nora says, nice. Rilo says, darn, I lost all my points off that poll. Oak says, at least nobody is smashing the baby. Castle says, as I am now obligated by answering no, here's what psychology research. Hang on.
As someone who played it, I wasn't all that invested, and my fave were two existing couple that were better off breaking up because they're toxic, and I had so much fun being the only guy saying nah, you guys should totally stay together. And accidentally got them to ask me out. Both of them sure 10.
So that's in Date Everything, so some of them are already in relationships. That reminds me, I saw, you know how the people started making all these games where you're interacting with like an AI thing? I remember seeing one, I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically like you get invited over to a friend's apartment, and it's a friend, and it's a couple friend, like they're married, but they're like having a fight, and the whole thing is like, do you help them patch it up, or do you have an affair with one of them? And so that's what I'm thinking. So Vero apparently is a homewrecker, is now having an affair with both of them, I assume. And the prediction looks like voting is wrapping up right about now. Oh, it's about to in a few seconds anyway. There we go. And Castle says, as I am now obligated by answering no, here's what psychology research considers a better pickup line. Hi, I find you, insert positive trait. Do you want to romantic next step with me? Or as the Vine Kid says, hey, I think you're really cool. I like you a lot. Maybe we could hang out or something. I can't remember the rhythm of how that goes. So that's the ideal line. So I can say anything there. So it's like, hi, I find you pleasant smelling. Do you want to smooch on my couch with me? Or as the Vine Kid says, hey, I think you're really cool. I like you a lot. Maybe we could hang out or something. Is that how it works? Do I have to say the whole thing?
Wait, guys, who is this guy? I thought I was a Finnegal Greg Wanadroid's dream. Why is there a nerd on camera?
Oh, you probably thought it was you probably thought it was him because that pickup line was so smooth and probably just like, there are probably people out there who heard me say that and are now pregnant because of it. It's just the way, it's science. But thank you for the 10 bits, Oak, huh?
Is the home wrecked if we become in a poly relationship? Also, it's funnier to play the game in the I need to spice things up and cause fights. You can get people to hate you and that's more fun.
Oh, we should do that then. I should definitely try to get some of the household appliances and items to hate me. But thank you for the 10 bits. I think, okay, if I'm being totally real, this is just me from my experience. I have had multiple friends who have gotten into polyamorous relationships. And almost every single one of them has ended up absolutely destroying the previous, like they're in a relationship and they brought someone in to make it polyamorous, and it almost always has destroyed, not even just caused a breakup, but like scorched earth, nuked to the ground, obliterated, salted the earth, nothing will ever grow there again, the previous relationship that they were in. So everybody's free to do whatever they want. But if I'm being like totally honest, if somebody ever asked like my advice, I would always like defer. It's like, hey, it's your life. You can do whatever you want. I'm never going to judge you. But I would always say no. Like, you can like joke about it, whatever, but like, I always recommend against it. That's not to say that there probably aren't some people that are able to make it work or whatever. You do your own thing. I'm just saying from my personal experience, that's what I've always seen happen. I'll read one or two more comments and we'll get back to the game. Nora said, since I voted no, I will give my best pickup line as obligated. Hey girl, are you a girl? Cause you look like a girl. Or did it hit when you fell? Cause you look like you fell. I told you guys I used to love doing, there was an improv game that we did, it was about picking up people at a singles bar, and one of my favorite things was always to come up with the worst pickup lines. And yeah, there's the typical stuff. It's like, did you fall from heaven because it messed up your face or whatever? That's like the, a tried and true one. I always liked, is your dad a baker? Because you've got doughy buns. My all-time best one was when I walked up to the girl and said, hey, do you work out? And I waited for her to respond, and she goes, no. And I go, you should. So, yeah, it's like the bad pickup lines. Dagger says, I'm going to use it later. Castle says, I'm in love to Nora. Castle with some hearts. Chris says, get out of here. Let me take a look over on YouTube. Oh, Toby said something, but message redacted, so we got to play some more of the game. Can my theory really have been so wide of the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. Huh?
See, Logan, this is why you are single. Those are the good pickup lines, actually. Boo.
Ah! Well, here's the I'm not saying they're not good pickup lines. I have maintained quite consistently that one of my biggest problems is that I do not know how, where, or what for meeting people. I no longer know how to meet people. I feel like the pandemic kind of ruined me on that a little bit, but even since then, like, I genuinely do not know how to meet people. But yeah, I'm sure this pickup lines would totally work if I could meet people. But thank you very much, Oak, for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? I mean, we did have a whole case that was about cryogenically preserving bodies. Maybe, do we have anything in the court record that would show, that would remind us of that? Maybe the IS-7 incident case file mentions that stuff. Body of Artie Frost discovered a mansion belonging to Samson Tangaroa, Carmelo Gusto and Artie Frost's sons. No, because this doesn't mention all the stuff that we figured out later. Is there anything else here that would allow you to freeze or chill a body in order to slow down its decomposition for the autopsy report? I mean, assuming that we're not just talking about bribing Hilda Hertz again, because apparently that lady's got no ethics whatsoever. Let's save in case the game's going to ask me to present something, because I don't know what to present. Oh, hang on, there's a pin message written by Oak, pinned by Vero. It's another pickup line. It says, are you a sea urchin? Said like a pickup line, but in reality, it's a totally sincere question, and you're just curious if you are. Well, are you into sea urchins? You know, you should just say, like, are you a sea urchin? Because I'm into sea urchins. Oh, you're not? Okay, later. By which I mean never. You walk away. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto. He even ran him down. You even ran him down for me. Sorry, you even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto, the IS-7 incident. So yeah, we are talking about like freezing the body. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they'd determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! That's right. I was still in this game. Okay, briefly. Oh, they're laughing. Oh, he inherited it for me. He's my son. Oh, my boy. My beautiful boy who could taste things with his tongue. Why are you showing off your functioning tongue like that? I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How can you say that? He was your father. I mean, he kind of abandoned him. So this is supposed to be him as a kid? It's so scary. No, I almost gave him a British accent because he looked good. It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please. I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? He may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke. Seriously, I watched Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 a few weeks ago. It's really good at explaining the concept I'm discussing here. Objection! Oh, no. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. What, a murderous disposition? Sins? Oh, we got another pin message written by Castle, pinned by Vero. Are you a sea urchin? Because you're invasive, you devastate local ecosystems, and lots of people want you gone. I heard recently that technically domesticated cats are an invasive species. So what I gleaned from that is that being an invasive species isn't automatically a bad thing. There. Once we get some background music, we will read some more chat, though, by the way. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. No, we've had a running theme through this game about father-son issues. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did. Oh, that's right, there was a freezer! That's where Sean was found. Well, a game. Game, thank you for not making me choose this, because I forgot about that. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Yeah, this is a flashback, so this shouldn't count as my one line I get every hour. A refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death. And how did I do that exactly? By hiding, there's TTS.
I banned a chatter by accident.
Oh, crap.
When is the execution day?
Crap. Who got banned? Who got banned? Rilo, are you still there, Rilo? Rilo, are you, Crap. Okay, Rilo is still listed as a follow. Crap, Rilo, do we need to, we might need to send like a, oh, wait, dang it, how do I click out of this? No, game, that's our Twitch, that's not what I wanted to do. How do I minimize this thing that I just opened up with Rilo? No, game, I'm not trying to open up a new tab with Rilo's thing. I just want to close this. I want to close this thing here. It's not closing. It's not closing. What if I click this? Ah, there we go. Huh?
Rilo is there.
Okay, good. Good, so you got accidentally banned. It was not on purpose, so Rilo, I'm glad. It's fine. Thank you very much for the 10 bits and the follow-up on that. Vero, the 10 bits each time. Thank you. Over on YouTube, Lemur says, I'm here, ... I'm glad you're still here, Lemur. And Toby says, I pre-typed a message and sent it too early on accident. Oh, so it's gotta be like related to something we're gonna do in a moment. We do have some music now, so let's check out this clip that Oak posted into the chat. Once again, if anybody's lurking who got here recently, doesn't know the deal, if someone posts a clip into the Twitch chat, we load it up into the clip viewers so we can watch it together, and this will tell me how far behind I am, and crap, it says an hour. I'm an hour behind in reading all the chat messages. So let's watch this clip. Oh wait, what's it titled? Logan's Digital Footprint. A turnabout in thinking? Oh crap. Oh, why do turnabouts always turn me on? Again, in context, that made sense because Miles Edgeworth is lustily thinking about Phoenix Wright.
I asked my partner if he was a sea urchin and he said yes, and I wear hats. I'm so in love with him, he's the perfect person.
That's adorable. I wish a girl would ask me, thank you very much for the 10 bits and the boo. I wish a girl would ask me if I'm a sea urchin. I long for that now. I didn't even know that was a need I need fulfilled. But I pine for a girl to ask me if I'm a sea urchin. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate that, Oak. Quiga said, wait, I'm having deja vu. I thought we just started this testimony. Dagger said, here's my strongest evidence, the save file. Nora says, no. Quiga says, I was yapping to Vero about Great Ace Attorney and so I wasn't paying attention. Castle said, double the testimony, double the Simeon, but I think we've just started the cross-examination aspect of it. Crystal says, I finally understand these Subway Slammer comments in chat.
Sigh. Are you a sea urchin?
No, but thank you for asking and for the 100 bits. Chat, I am fulfilled for the first time in my life. Huh?
Hey Logan, are you a sea urchin? This is on you for not specifying if it needs to be a GF.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't need to. I'm doubly fulfilled now. Thank you, Castle. First of all, the 100 bits. That's 10 times more than you needed to. Thank you so much, Castle. And thank you, Vera, for the 10 bits. My fulfillment overfloweth now. Later, I'm going to need to get a mop and sop up all the fulfillment liquids and fluids on the floor because it just spilled out everywhere. But thank you very much, Castle and Vero. I really appreciate that. You're both nice and generous with your bits. Okay, Vera says, speaking of which, I just clipped something I'll be sending when we play the Great Ace Attorney. Like a spoiler clip for that game? Eglin said, putting off fan requirements is really going to bite me in the butt here, huh? I'm sorry, Agnes. I may have failed you, broken heart. Quiga said, yes. Oak doing some quotes. I got to scroll. Oak said, add quote, I love Santa. I love Santa platonically, not carnally. Logan clearly lying. Did that never end up getting added? Nora said, because I like Yuri. Oak said, we never ended up adding that quote. It's a week or two old, but I think it's lovely. What game were we playing when we did that one? Quiga said, yes, I've been dying for some AI files content. I don't care where it is. Eglin said, racing consecutively may bring your horse's mood and energy down. I don't have much of a choice right now. Queen Katie said, nah, it's just more icky to go out in the rain. Ruins the mood. Plus I'll have to wear extra stuff and bring an umbrella, and I hate that. Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Nora said, I didn't say this. Oh, there's a quote said, yum dilfs K. Magpie says, cursed ship, but okay. Vera said, why is Keyboard Slam bullying? Is that Dilf's bullying? Oak said, you actually did. I'm not even joking. You were doing a keyboard slam and said, yum Dilfs. Oh, that's what it was. Dagger said, crying. He lost the context. Nora crying. Rilo said, if I had to guess, they'd have to choose a new Miles Morales voice actor. But yeah, it's definitely weird what he did to Gwen's VA in the interviews. It was very uncomfortable to watch. I would hope the two of them ought to be able to be professional enough to like voice stuff, or at least say like, hey, if you're being a creepo, you're gonna the two of you won't be voicing in the room together, you know? And we're not gonna send you on press junkets together. But I want to see how the story ends. Nora said, Logan licks people. Shake my head. I do not. Vera said he had to rant about it laughing. Castle said, I'm sorry, means what in y'all's circle? Remind me to never speak again. Tug means what in y'all's circles? Remind me to never speak again. Again, that face for me is just like, I said something goofy. It's equivalent of like /J, but again, I don't like adding tone tags when I text. I prefer to use faces rather than, because it almost feels like I'm explaining the joke too much. If I say da 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 da, that was a joke. I was joking, you know, which is what /J means. I feel like I'm personally just kind of ruining it. And so I'd rather do a face that just sets the tone as goofy. Vera said, it's a goofball face. I agree. Oak said, yeah, it's the face of whimsy. Vera said, to be honest, it was one girl Logan was talking to. Dagger said, I thought it was just /J before, but now I can't help but think about licking when I see this emoji. Nora says, I'm gonna sneeze. Bless you. In the future, of the past of the future, your past's future. Oak said, don't do it. Nora said, I did it. There you go. Now bless you. Oak says, no. Dagger says, bless you. Faltube said, how far are we from the ending? I don't know. I think we've done the final cross-examination, so it's probably just story from here on out, maybe presenting evidence. I should probably play some more in a moment. Let me read one more comment, though. Oak says, very close, probably finishing it tonight, or maybe on Thursday. Well, let's play a bit more and see if we can get because we are past the 2.5 hour mark. So if anybody wants to start keeping an eye out for raid suggestions, now's a good time to start doing that. And yeah, we'll see how far we can get for the predictions' sake. And I will worry about the fact that, as I said before, I do have to be up early for work tomorrow morning. By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here! It was the... Wait, Sunshine Depot. Right? Because they said a frozen place at a depot. Because he was taken to the Daybreak dump. Because that was... they're both by Sunshine Coliseum, but it's the depot, yeah? Sunshine Depot!
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again. Why bring that up now? Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body, Double's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? One, you're more worried about that than the fact that we've caught you as a killer. And two, the fact that you're saying that, doesn't that kind of admit that you did it? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Oh, I just realized we're gonna get to see a breakdown from him. I think I was so distracted earlier by his unmasking, we still get a breakdown. It'd be really cool if his breakdown could mirror Carmelo Gusto's in some way. Gusto, I'm trying to remember what he did. He like used his inflatable thing to make an inflatable pastry. But what would... You know what? Here's what I'm gonna guess is gonna happen. For his breakdown, he's just gonna go like, wah! And then like a tiger is gonna come and just like eat him. Not even in one gulp, but like halfway chomp down, bite him off. You're gonna see like him cut off at the waist. It'll be like lots of blood and like a ham bone kind of thing sticking out and just blood spurting everywhere for a very uncomfortably long time until the body slumps down the ground. And then the tiger comes back over and just slowly finishes off the meal. I think that's a reasonable assumption for an Ace Attorney game. A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up! I'm nothing like him! I could never be like him! He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff back when we first met, right? Oh, did he say that? Was that a hint? Was that an early on hint foreshadowing that he was going to be Gusto's son? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way.
I'm not just a silhouette no more. I'm here, but technically in a prison. Or am I? Did I escape? Yes, I escaped. I ran in here, but don't worry, I'm gonna leave and get caught again.
And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Oh, breakdown time. Hey. Or should I say... I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. Objection! So we gotta present evidence that shows that he did that, right? Nonsense! You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavel. We know for a fact you were involved. Objection! You're a real danger to be around, you know that? You know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait, are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? No, I'll take a leaf out of the Von Karma playbook, thank you very much. No, never! I would never do that! I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it! I got away with it all! The card, winner! And now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth! I see the way you look at him. I can tell you want to touch him. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence. Just one piece. Oh, if only there were a real piece of evidence. One of them. Oh, if only the one piece is real. All right, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free if you finally admit defeat. Who was that? Sean? I'm gonna guess Sean. Gumshoe! Is Gumshoe, do we have a Gumshoe Ex Machina here? Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, Char. Gumshoe saving the day! He's finally, like, really shining in this game. Okay, I gotta read some more in the chat. Nora says, thank you, and a timestamp. Logan's been alive for 2 hours, 6 minutes, 59 seconds. Oh, I'm still so far behind. Vero with the clip. Let me load this one up at the clip viewers so we can watch it together. See what happened, how far behind I am, so on and so on and so forth. From 40 minutes ago. That's better than the hour before. Of course, like the Twitch clips rounded up after the 45-minute mark. This clip from Vero is titled, This Made Me Laugh Too Much, I Pulled a Muscle. Okay, what could it be? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Can we just kill him? Can all of us, if we agree, pinky promise not to ever tell him, but we're just gonna kill him? What's the downside? Just murder pact! Murder pact! Murder pact! Why is nobody else cheering? I cheer for you, except I gotta wait until Mr. Edgeworth cheers first. Thank you very much, Vero. Honestly, when I did that, I wasn't sure if it was that funny, so that makes me happy. Yeah, I'm happy that you liked it, not happy that you pulled a muscle. Queen said, yeah, why not? We have like an hour left. Lol. Valtube says, thank goodness. Oak said, before the 3-hour mark. Oh,
Did someone say Gumshoe? Is my husband doing a good thing?
He's doing a very good thing. I mean, we don't know for sure. He might fall flat on his face in a moment, but I believe in him. I have faith in him. Tiff, so good to have you here just in time for a Gumshoe. Did someone like message you? Did someone send a DMs like Gumshoe on stream? Get it here. Thank you very much for the 10 bits, Tiff. Or maybe you've been in here for a while. I'm very far behind in chat. I need to read a few more comments in chat. Oak said, before the 3 hour mark, I don't think so, but I think there's a good chance he finishes it tonight if he goes a bit overtime. I think as long as I don't go like a full hour overtime again, I should probably be good. Queekita says, am I making a big gamble? Yes. Is it worth it? Also, yes. Dagger says, gambling is fun. Oak says, ad quote, but what is oh whoa? Queekita says, oh whoa, that's a face, Logan. I thought it was like, in the context, I thought it was describing a channel on your spoiler Discord. Castle says, well, we all know what the doubters for the prediction need to do. Distract Logan. Just kidding. You say that, but they've done that before. When we were doing, what was it, the end of Dual Destinies? One of those games when we were trying to finish it up. Everyone was just doing that, sending me TTSs and stuff like that. We have a little over 10 minutes. It still might happen. Crystal adds the quote. Beep says, Bleach mentioned. Queekita said, nah, the quotes channel is just quotes and clips because it's also for like funny random clips. Castle says, yes, I'll be there for Date Everything. I'll just shake my head for every sus comment. The sacrifices I make. Oh, admit it, you like the susness. Rilo said, I can't wait for Bleach Core 4, and which I wasn't the last season since Tite Kubo didn't even finish the Heckverse manga. Wait, was there another arc after 1,000 Year Blood War? I thought that was the end. I know that he got kind of canceled earlier, that he had to really rush the ending. I've heard rumors that it was because sales really dropped. I've heard other rumors it was because of health issues. So there was another after it? Nora said, Oak. I said, anyone who wants to do a UK Chie drawing right away, right now, say I. Do you say I? Oak says, sure. Vero doing some quotes. Queekita said, oh yeah, Logan, since you're going to join the spoiler chat, I thought you should know that the work in progress quote archive is the quote channel's pins if you ever want to see that. Oh, I do. Beep says, I can't wait either. It's about to go crazy. Let's see. Dagger says, well, now I think I look worse too. I know, Dagger, same thing as I was saying earlier to Castle. I bet you probably look even better than you realize. Castle says, I feel like there are a lot of physical aspects of camera/photos that distort a person's image. I forgot to research on this. Okay, there is that. Like, there's a reason why your front-facing camera on your phone makes you look worse than your rear-facing camera, which is awful because people always use the front-facing ones for like FaceTime and stuff like that. So you're gonna look bad. It would be so much better if you could have like an actual optical zoom on your camera and like zoom it wide, because like there's this distortion. Anyway, I won't go into it. But yes, Beep says, not knowing where to meet women is so real because the good ones be hiding. That's what I hear. Nora said, I used to have self-image issues too. It's okay, every every cool person does. Rilo said, this might be a spoiler. Wait, so was that, okay, that was deleted. That wasn't just from the banning. So I need to skip that one because all the other ones were crossed out. So I will skip that then. Beep says, you and me may be the only ones here who care. Castle says, as a counterpoint, we're the good men, and I'm not going to try and hit up streamers. Okay, now, are you saying the streamers aren't good men? Because here's the thing, Castle. I don't know if you realize this. I am a man. I'm a man. Does that mean I'm not good men? Am I bad men? Chat, am I bad men? Am I a bad man? But not like in the way the girls are attracted to, where it's like, ooh, he's a bad boy. But I mean, if I'm a streamer, I guess that means I'm a bad guy. Cookie said, BRB, I need to pee. Enjoy. What does I say? Enjoy it. I mean, I guess enjoy it, but have a good one. See, Queen Katie was doing a different kind of streaming. Dagger says, good luck. Beep says, struggle is real. Magpie says, oh, that one predates the AI craze. At least if it's the one I'm thinking of, the game about the arguing couple is so weird. Wait, so it wasn't AI? Huh? What?
You're fine, but I'm one. Not going to parasocial at 2. Moving to Utah.
Oh, I mean, Utah is a nice place, but it gets cold here during the winters, and it's not for everybody. I will say that. But thank you very much, Castle. I appreciate that I am not bad men, because I try to be nice, but thank you for the 10 bits. And again, I always get it confused. Parasocial is, I think we even talked about this one time before, because I was a bit confused on the definition of it. So parasocial is when you watch a streamer and like you have an emotional investment in the streamer and treat the streamer as if the streamer knows you personally. Right? It's like people watch some VTuber that has like millions of followers and will be like, I watch this person, I'm in love with this streamer, and clearly this streamer loves me too. Where that gets creepy for me is when, and you see this a lot, I feel like, in VTuber culture, is where fans, especially the ones in Japan for some reason, will get like legitimately angry if they find out that streamer dates a guy, or not even that, just like interacts with a male person, and like, how dare you betray your fans? It's like, what kind of betrayal? Like, these people have lives outside of the streams. You realize that, right? But thank you again for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. Let's see. Scroll. See, Riley was saying, I mean, yeah, but it's good to meet a Bleach fan like I am. Oak says, add quote, there are probably people who heard me say that and are now pregnant because of it. Beep says, yes, I actually only finished Bleach up to Core 3 about a month ago, and I'm gonna rewatch all the way through again before Part 4. The scale is ramped up so high, I can't wait to see that Bankai 2. Are we talking about 1,000 Year Blood War again, or are we talking about, like, that's how far you watched through the original series of Bleach? Because you gotta skip all the filler in that. Beep says, laughing. Quigga says, okay, I'm back from P. How we doing? I think we're making it. Dagger said, yeah, he's not finishing the game today. Queen said, nah, for sure, he can finish the testimony tonight. It's the final one in the cutscene heck that Logan will have to judge for. Rallo said, real, I actually forgot something's about, since it's been a good minute since I watched the first 2 cores. What's your favorite fight from it, though? Okay, if I offer my favorite fight from the 1,000 Year Blood War, it's kind of tough to say because one that was really hard to watch was the end of the recent Kurosuchi fight, Captain Mayuri Kurosuchi fight against this guy. That was like painful and emotional, more so than I expected from one, because his fights are usually like crazy. And I loved though that he had the weird little like flashback vision thing to Xylaparo's ghost from the Arankar arc, from the Espada. The Espada are like one of my favorite bad guy teams in anime. Oak says, are you a sea urchin? Said like a pig. Oh, that was pinned earlier. Vera does some quotes. Quigga said, this one Logan might actually need my guide, so do yell if you need Sir Logan. Dagger says, oh well, that's good to hear. I didn't catch most of the walkthrough, but it's exciting to witness the end. Beef says, spoilers. Obviously Captain Yamamoto. Magpie says, are you a sea urchin? Probably would work on me, to be honest. Oak said, are you a sea urchin? Dagger said, the romantic sea urchin. Vera said, why is a whole week of metaphor quotes only? Okay, we should play some game. We're 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark. Let's see if we can get to the end for the sake of the prediction. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shar. And I'll read some more on YouTube in a second, but I took so much time away from the chat. I need to actually play some game. But YouTube, I notice you all. Your Logan Senpai notices you, YouTube Kohai. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shar. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. Although I did stop to use the bathroom, I figure I might as well get paid for my 15-minute break to take a poop. And Detective Gumshoe, did you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. Adds an exclamation point after that ellipsis. It was registered to, it's gonna be Carmelo Gusto or something like that. It was registered to ... Or maybe like the circus, the very big circus. The very big circus, just like you said. Ha-ha! And there it is, just in the nick of time. Just in the what of time? Oh, you were talking about something else, sorry. Oh, the unnecessary feelings. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry? No. We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing. I love how she seems completely oblivious to the fact that we're accusing him of murder. You fool! Eek, Simeon, you're scaring me! But why is that turning me on even more? Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. Well, then why did he put Sean in the unit? Then he wouldn't have been found in the unit. If only you'd known you're up against a great thief and an even greater detective. In fact, as great of a detective as he is, he's an even greater friend. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. Are you talking about me? Because like my heart is ready to explode right now. Oh, you're talking to the clown. He's literally pale. Yeah, he's wearing makeup. Oh, don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am? Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. By the way, 30 seconds to the 3-hour mark. Think I can make it? And I know you don't because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. Yes, that's right. You heard the music. Chime back up. Oh, there is. 10 seconds, y'all. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. We're gonna put the crap. There's no save here. Is it gonna be the balloon again? And we're past the 3-hour mark, by the way. Are we gonna present the balloon 4 times, possibly in a row? What else would possibly have traces of evidence on it? On the big building itself, maybe? On the crater? It could be the crater. It could be the body. Crap, I don't know what we're gonna present. I don't want to lose hit points. I should read some more comments in the chat here. Nora says, I forgot I was supposed to be drawing UK Chie, but now I'm looking at UK Chie art on the internet. Dagger said, Saint gives that tongue to all of us. Vera said, no, sweetie. Quicken said, Logan, do you want a free potato? Maybe just a subtle hint. Just a, how about this? Actually, that might be giving it away. I was gonna ask, like, let me know if it actually is, like, if it's not the balloon, tell me it's not the balloon. But maybe, I just want to know if it's not the balloon. If I gotta look for something, because the balloon would be obvious, because there'd probably be like crushed president residue on it. I mean, I guess we can look at the balloon because we're able to examine it now. Is there anything else in the balloon? I mean, there's the rope, and there's the bullet. But would there be any smushy president stuff? Can we zoom in? Can we zoom in? Anyway, I should read some more in the chat. But thank you very much for the pinned message there. Beep says the Captain Yamamoto fight was waiting for since I first saw him in the show, and I was hyped to see him fight Shunsui and Jushiro during the Soul Society arc, but as we know, that never happened. Oak said Logan is physically incapable of doing a child voice without making it a British orphan. Castle says, are you the urchin? Because you're invasive. That was pinned earlier. Rilo says, oh, that's a good fight, but yeah, spoilers, since I feel Yamamoto reason for the fight ending how it did was bull, but I gotta say that my favorite has been Unohana and Kenpachi. It just speaks raw emotion. Okay, that was good. I feel like Kenpachi fights are almost always really good in general. He's another one that I'm bummed that he got recast, because his voice actor apparently like asked for a raise, and they're like, nope, you're fired, or something like that. Because he was voiced by the same guy that does like Jiraiya on Naruto, and the new voice is good. But I always just hate it when you change voice actors. Vera said, the opposite of pickup line. Ryla said, oh, I thought you were talking about 1,000 Year Blood War. Vera says, no, I'm sorry. I was trying to copy something. Quicketa says, lol, and the ban button was just right there. Beep said, delete that message. Spoilers. Quicketa said, dang, Vero, you pulled a crystal. Beep says, ouch. Vera says, I'm sorry, Rilo. Eglin says, you can go next to their name and unban, I'm pretty sure. Rilo says, yeah. Vera says, here. Nora says, Vera, what'd you do? Oak says, Rilo, we're so sorry. Vera accidentally banned you. Vera's laughing. Rilo said, it's all good, don't worry about it. Vera says, execution right now. Eglin said, accidental bans happen all the time. It's silly, goofy. Castle says, cats have been shown to cause significant ecological harm across various ecosystems, including the extinction of several species. Wikipedia. Mostly they're harmful in islands. I love cats, but cat responsibly. Well, my cat is an indoor cat, so I am catting very responsibly. Beep says, Rilo lol, I was just saying that I don't consider that a fight. It was It was so crazy to see Unohana like that. Kenpachi is also one of my favorite characters from the show. I gotta scroll down some more. Vera's laughing. Ryla said, I mean, yeah, I think the only reason I like that fight is because we got to see some of Kenpachi's backstory, and I love Kenpachi as a character. I am currently very afraid, because I feel like we haven't seen, and maybe we did see, and I've just forgotten, but we haven't seen the girl, his sidekick, Kenpachi's little backpack, pink-haired girl, and I'm concerned for her safety. Castle says, wait, I don't like what he just said. Wait, what? What did I just say? What did I just say? Beep says, indeed, plus the Unohana lore drop whiplash. And Oak with the clip. Let's check out this clip. I'll then check YouTube chat, and then we will get back to the game and also finish off the prediction. Sorry that we didn't get past the 3-hour mark. I hope you guys are okay with us going a little bit over tonight. Again, we've been doing that a lot lately. I am 27 minutes behind, according to this clip. So I'm slowly getting caught up. It's happening. This clip is titled, The Best Moment in Logan's Life. Oh, it was probably more sea urchin stuff. Oh, I bet that's what Castle didn't like, was the fulfillment fluids on the ground.
Side. Are you a sea urchin?
No, but thank you for asking and for the 100 bits. Chat, I am fulfilled for the first time in my life. Huh?
Hey Logan, are you a sea urchin? This is on you for not specifying if it needs to be a GF.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't need to. I'm doubly fulfilled now. Thank you, Cass. First of all, the 100 bits, that's 10 times more than you needed to. Thank you very much for the clip, Oak. I appreciate that. Let's check over some YouTube chat before we get back in the game, because I am very far behind on YouTube. Let's see. Toby says, I only use /J when it's like really dark or sarcastic. There's one conversation I have that sometimes keeps me up at night that I think back on, where I did what I thought was an obvious joke, and it was very dark with a friend of mine through text. And I'm always haunted. It's like, crap, did he know I was just joking? Because like, that was just a joke. That was just a joke. He's got to have known. Valtube says Simeon's peak breakdown is peak Ace Attorney. Toby says peak. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Valtube says Gumshoe my goat. Toshi says Gummy as always. Saving the day. Valtube said Logan Senpai notice me in the little hands like this. Jack says, oh, we're very close to the end. We may not completely finish the game tonight, but if not, the only part left will be the very end and no more Simeon interrogation. I feel like if there's not going to be 3 hours worth, I'd like to try and get through tonight, but I'll trust you guys' judgment, because I would... Okay, how about this? I don't want to be up past 12:30 tonight if I can avoid it. We're already past 10:30, so I'm giving us like 2 extra whole hours, because like I said, I got to be up early tomorrow for work. And Toby is saying Edgeworth, balloon, 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 balloon. Okay. Crap, and there's no save here.
Oh yeah, I'm a convicted felon. Looks at you with hauntingly bright blue eyes. Crap, did you get that it was a joke?
Well, chat, don't worry. I am not a convicted felon. I am not. Chat, I am not a convicted felon. But thank you very much for the 10 bits, Vero. I appreciate that. I would say what it is, but it was kind of a dark joke. And it's not like super inappropriate. It's making fun of inappropriate stuff, though. Okay. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna be presenting here. Let's really think this through. The logical thing would be that there'd be some evidence of the president smushed on the balloon. Or there could be some evidence of the balloon smushed onto the president. Another possibility would be some evidence of the president in the truck that transports the balloon. Or also in the crater that the president was in. Oh, here, let me check something on the balloon again. I have an idea what it might be. Hang on. Let's take a look here. Oh, nope, I was gonna say maybe the bullet was on where the tank was, that part of the... But no, it's the opposite part. Ah, crap. Okay, you know what? I guess we just gotta risk losing health and present the balloon again. Balloon!
Take that!
Analysis, okay, all right. We're just presenting the balloon over and over again. Eglin, are you still here? I'm sorry that there's so much balloon content. I know you don't like balloons. Just don't think of them as balloons. Think of them as Clown Girl Gale Tornado's bosom. Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again. See? Okay, so let's save again, but I'm gonna stagger my save just in case he's about to say, no, you're wrong, and then take away hit points. Thank you, Toilet Duck. I'm in the process of saving, but as I said, I'm a good trained Pavlovian dog, so I'll save again. Thank you, Queen Katie. You already have your bullet hole. What else could you expect to find? We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, I bet you know what we're gonna find? We're gonna find pollen from those flowers. Because they're not native to here, right? They are, what was it? Bouquet of lion lilies given to President Wang by Judge Gavel, recovered from the top of the body, given to Sean. Oh, it doesn't say that they're not native here, so maybe not. Crap, I thought these weren't native to... Never mind, I thought it was being clever. If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Let me have a couple of lines here, because I wasn't in for the first couple of hours. Mr. Edgeworth, look at the way I'm looking at him. Find you a gal who looks at you the way I look at Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
What they said. We believe in you, Miles Areno. And so does your pop. Or at least he would if he wasn't dead. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is.
I'm not really. I was a secret murderer and did not go to heaven.
Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
Are we doing the thing where we're looking around, everybody's gonna encourage him and deliver the final blow? So we're gonna do one more piece of evidence. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. Oh, maybe it is the pollen. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. Sean, you should speak too. You're here. You're a part of this. The last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president? We did save a little while ago. I'm gonna do the flowers. I'm gonna guess. I'm not gonna read. I'm gonna trust my instinct on this. I want to see if I'm right. I'll reload if I'm wrong, but I think it's the flowers. Everyone's believing in me. They're watching. They're feeding me with their burning justice.
Take that!
Oh, I think I got it right. When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Zangfa, now a symbol of the connection between Simeon Saint and Carmelo Gusto. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that'll be rotting at the dump by now. A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. Grr, that's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
He's gonna say the basket is brown, close to yellow. Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Enjoy the fact that Edgeworth just said naked.
I didn't present the balloon enough.
Wait, that's a problem. We should have just presented balloon on everything. You know, right now, Phoenix Wright is presenting his badge. Edgeworth ought to keep balloons and just everywhere he goes, present balloon. Why did he do a balloon? Do you have evidence of the fact that he was at the balloon? balloons. But thank you very much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Let me read some more in the chat. Oak said, wait, did he say anything else? I was clipping the best moment of his life. Rilo said, yeah, because during the OG show, I always thought she was innocent. I didn't know she would have such an interesting backstory. Castle said, sopping wet fulfillment or something. Beep says, facts, such good character writing, and it finally makes sense why everyone was scared of her. Nora said, snatching up my Yuki Chie book, Persona 4 Book 2. Vera said, wait, what creepo? What happened? Oak said, Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse. The Miles Morales VA was being weird to Gwen's VA. Nora said, what happened with the voice actors? Vera says, oof, yikes. Rilo says, yeah, now I know why Shunsui scared when she said old lady when Unohana was behind them, if I remember. Vera says, oops, on the quote there. I gotta scroll. Beep says, Shunsui is goated too. First time I saw the show, I was like, who's this guy? But this time, though, I'm like, ayo, that's the guy right there. Vera says, dang. Rilo said, the Miles Morales VA was making weird comments to Gwen's VA, saying, if I remember, don't quote me on this, but he wanted to be with her, and she had a fiance, if I recall. Dagger said, Simeon has kind of an understandable crash out. Okay, yeah, because we're almost there. We just gotta see that. We'll have a denouement. And Edgeworth is going to need to choose to remain a prosecutor, and then we're going to be done. So we're going overtime tonight. Hope that's okay. Over on YouTube, I need to finish the prediction. Let me read YouTube first, then I'll finish the prediction. Jack says, well, now I'm not too sure, but next stream will be it for sure, without a doubt, the entire final case, and we will be seeing credits. For those who played it, because I know Queen Kate is a guide, but for all I know, the guide might have one paragraph where it's like, after that, they just talk, and you get through dialogue. For those who played this, is it going to be multiple hours of denouement? That's what I need to know. Toshi said, imagine if Edgeworth noticed the balloon at the start of the case, we would have solved it in one chapter. Let's see. Oh yeah, now over on YouTube, I do need to finish off that prediction for the sake of gambling. Prediction. So it was, will we be able to finish the game by 3 hours? 4 people voted yes, 6 voted no. And so we're gonna give this to no, complete prediction, and we'll see who the points are going to. Vera says true, Queen says yeah, it's a breakdown for sure. How about this as a breakdown? Maybe he suddenly ages and he grows out Carmelo Gusto's mustache and hair and realizes that he's become what he hated. Okay, the prediction is done. 19.4 thousand go to Queen Katie and 5 others. So there you go. Yeah, Vera was saying true. Queen Katie said, yeah, it's a breakdown for sure. Castle said, pick up line tip. This ain't it. Oak said, I'm so happy my Dr. Pepper is extremely cold. I'm still sad I can't find caffeine-free Dr. Pepper anywhere anymore. Vera said, someone make a do I look like him edit of Simeon Saint. Rilo said, real. I was so excited when he used his Bonkai, because I always saw the leaks of the scene in IG before it came out. Vera said, he's made to be edited into that song. Nora says, okay. Dagger says, daddy issues laughing. Jin says, I just got glow-in-the-dark balloons. I have never been more happy. So you're probably loving all this balloon content then. Beep says, everyone was comparing him to Gojo from JJK. Magpie says, it's weird how they spend the whole game going, you don't have to follow in your father's footsteps. And then it's like, nope, you become your dad. Rilo said, oh, Gojo wouldn't even land a punch on Shunsui. Beep says, I think Shunsui would win that fight for sure. Are you guys for real? Because isn't Gojo's whole thing is that his cursed ability makes it so nothing can touch him, right? Then again, I don't know what happens later in the manga. I'm just only watching the anime with JJK, so don't spoil it if later stuff happens that breaks it. Magpie says, and then this happens, and the bad guy must be exactly like his father. Nora said, Chie, my prince, you were always by my side. Chie, you were always there to protect me. The strong and wonderful prince, lesbian. I'm gonna draw my favorite panels of this book. Oak says, One Piece. Beep says, One Piece. Dagger says, I will touch you, Simeon. Queen said, so Logan, I lied. I'm not done with AAI spoiler clips. Got one coming right now here. Okay, so we're gonna watch this, and then we'll get back in the game and play some more. So for those who are lurking or who don't know the deal, we have a thing called spoiler clips where some people, particularly Queen Katie, will post clips where I guess something right, I guess something really wrong, or accidentally foreshadow something. This is from 2 months ago. So let's see what this is, the secret one that she has been holding. Gumshoe Ex Machina, that's even what I said! If only we had some proof! Okay, here's what I want to happen. I want to have Gumshoe come swinging into the rescue. Gumshoe saved the day. I want Gumshoe Ex Machina. I even called it back then too! Oh my gosh, okay. I need to make a clip of smashing those two things together. I had completely forgotten about that. Thank you very much, Queen Katie. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me, like, stupidly happy. Okay, we gotta play some game. Not all evidence is visible to the nude eye, Mr. Saint. Well, why'd you say nude instead of naked? That was weird. Emma! Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Oh, there was a sound. I found something. Ah, I've got something! Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than a quick test to prove it.
And there we have it. Go on, confess, do your breakdown, explain why you did it, and then we'll be on our way. You murdered the president! The body double. I mean, I guess he kind of was the president. He had been ruling for 12 years, but still. And this murder you carried out yourself. To be fair, I feel like this might be a case of justifiable self-defense. If he's just flying in his hot air balloon and the guy starts shooting at him, you could say that he did it to keep from being shot and killed. The only inconvenient thing is that he was just innocently kidnapping a 17-year-old girl while this was happening, whom he drugged also. No! How could this? No! You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Rigger's murder! Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it, and he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the bigger building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Taurosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Wouldn't it have been easier if he just, like, while flying in the air, just, like, pushed him off? Then he could fall, splat, like the body would splat on the ground and probably obscure any evidence of previous crushing. And people would be like, I guess he fell off of a building or something? You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used... Oh, so that's not him standing there, that's him dangling? No! You don't dangle with your arms out flexed like that. No. No! This isn't quite as bad as Turnabout Big Top's whole thing with the cape on the bus, but no! That is not a body dangling! He was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape!
No, how did you
see through it all? How? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful. But your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Ezia. Oh, Money's gonna like, gonna ratatouille him to like turn himself in or something. Gonna like ratatouille his hands out to get put in cuffs, or ratatouille him into the tiger's mouth and just get eaten. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad at the same time. That is right. Somehow the animals understand human law. We're totally not static background images. Stop it. Stop looking at me like that. They can't change how they look. They are indeed static background images. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. No. I know, people are dead. I should not make jokes. Oh, breakdown time? You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. Sniffle, don't get away from me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong, nothing. I'm not the bad one, they are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Candace was the only one who was there for me, so what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone, leave me alone! Ow, 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 that hurts! Oh, stop it, that was a drop kick. Oh, you, oh, no. Ow, no, no! Oh, he's alive! I thought he was dead after that. Well, who's this? It seems the game is up at last? Who's saying this? It seems the game is up at last. Oh, is this? You should not be here. We can still arrest you. Tequila! Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to kill him. Thank you all. Farewell. Oh, we got a pin message on Twitch, written by Queen Katie, pinned by Vero, said the staff had trouble with this breakdown sequence. They had to do some special processing techniques to get everything they wanted on screen at as the complexity of the animation approached the limit of what could be displayed all at once. The squirrel juggling animation was also a special case, as they were controlled separately from the dialogue, independent from Saint's speaking animation. Interesting. That was nice. I like when the cat, flying kicked him, and did the gorilla elbow him in the face? Let's read some more in the chat. Vera says, Gummy! Oak says, Gumshoe Ex Machina, yes, woo! Queen said, Keyboard Logan called my title, what the heck? I just died hearing that. I mean, it's an organic joke. I just can't believe I told the same joke twice 2 months apart. Beep says, Gumshoe reveal! Rilo said, definitely, but I can't wait for the Heckverse arc to be finished by Tite Kubo, so it can be adapted to an anime. We'll have to wait long for that. Is he still planning on doing that? I knew he did some spin-off that was set in the same universe, something about witches, I think. Oak says, where is Tiff when you need him? Tiff says, hi. Quick says, I was about to DM you, Tiff. Oak said, Tiff, right as I called for you. Beep says, I forgot about that. I watched the movie months ago, and I'm still not sure if it's canon or not. Tiff says, I forgot tonight was stream. I'm here, though. Quick said, well, you're only, you're here in time. We're on Final Testimony, and Gummy is here in clutch. Also, Logan will be joining Spoiler Chat soon for his own role for Metaphor and games he already did. Tiff said, yay, got here just in time. Beep says, fun fact, I am a man. Rilo said, it's not canon, but I don't really like the movie, but there is a manga of it where all the characters are grown up. Wait, which movie is that? Beep says, oh, I've never actually heard of that. What is the title of the manga? Oh, and Krista with some raid suggestions. Hang on, let me copy these over while we're reading some more comments here, because I guess we're eventually going to need to do some raiding, even though we're already about 3.5 hours into stream. As I said before, we are going overtime tonight. We've been going overtime a lot lately. I hope everybody's okay with that. Castle says, I don't think sussiness is something I enjoy, as it is the price I pay for nerding out on the internet. Am I an adult? Yes. Do I want to be? No. So I in that case, I'm sorry if the sussiness makes you uncomfortable, Castle. And I totally understand the am I an adult, do I want to be no feeling. But I hope we're not making you uncomfortable with the sussiness. I just think I like the comedic juxtaposition of taking something innocent and then making it a bit sus, but without going super explicit on it, you know? Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, my thing just froze for a moment there. Evie says, hi, Logan. Evie, how are you? I assume you already gave us an update on your foot the other day, so I hope it's still going well. Good to have you here, Evie. Magpie says, the streamer possessiveness sounds like J-pop idols not being allowed to date because of their image. Real screwed up. Well, it is, because like a lot of VTubers they treat with like idol culture in Japan. And I always assume that they still do date, but they just like aren't allowed to publicly acknowledge it. Rilo said, yeah, just search Bleach Hack Arc manga and you should see it. Beep says, fun fact, facts, Espada, Vasta Lourdes are some of the best designed villains ever. No, I love their whole team and just all the dynamics. And I've often thought a fun character to cosplay as would be Coyote Stark. I would never be able to make a costume like that, but I love his design. Beep says, will do. Vera said, well, I see our loss on the horizon. Vera said, believers, we fought well. Quickita said, yeah, we see your loss, but I see my rewards. Crystal said, yeah, talk to a male and they will act like the idol-committed serial murders. Rilo said, I don't really like how people rank the Espadas because they base them off favoritism, but they are clearly numbered by rank for a reason. Well, and I like the way they played around with that. Like, what was the one, Yami, number 10, like the little trick they did with his rank? Beep says, I don't understand, though. They had two explanations of the names both in the main series. At first, it was like, it's the order of their birth, but then it was actually based on their strength. So I'm unsure which one is actually true, but it seems they settled on it being a ranking system. That's what I always assumed, especially with Yami's thing with the number. Quickita said, Logan, do you want a free potato? And Castle said, I have feelings about this, and it generally looks like angry. Oh, well, we responded to Crystal there. Oh, the idol culture. Beep says, number, not name. Quickita says, it is the balloon. Again, literally do not know how to hint at that. Vera said, not gonna pin, let him risk it. Dagger says, my bad, it's the balloon-shaped hole in the president. Laughing. Vera's laughing. Rilo says, yeah, and people argue that Ulquiorra is the strongest Espada, and when someone says that he is fourth in rank and they talk about his resurrection, but Aizen already knew that and still placed him fourth. I still, couldn't believe the way that ended. I thought Ulquiorra was gonna basically become what Grimjow became in the long run. Let me check over in YouTube, then we'll get back in the game. Let's see. Jack says, in normal time, I believe the ending is less than an hour at most an hour. But I doubt it, probably like 40 minutes maybe. Even that very well, maybe longer than it actually is, but you should be good, Logan. Toby says, I also think you can get it done in 2 hours. Toshi said, epic performance for the breakdown, Logan. Thank you, Toshi. I appreciate that. And thank you, Jax, for letting me know the amount of time. Let's play a bit more here. Now I am free to... Oh, yep, knife to his throat. No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. Oh, really? He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. I know the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. Okay, they're not gonna have Shelly DeKilla kill this guy on screen, right? Oh, I like how Gavel is sheltering Sean so he doesn't have to watch this. But how would any of them be able to stop him? They've already established that if somebody tried to stop him, he's good enough he would kill that person. So we're gonna have to talk him down somehow. Oh, except Canis could! If Canis bursts in and then they have an assassin v assassin fight. No! Oh, it is! Oh, look at that! He's protecting his kid! He's protecting his son! Oh, this is great! I love it! You! It's been a while, DeKilla. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And then they could be prison buddies. He could be his prison dad. This is so tense. And if I refuse, Let us just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well. That's not fair. He also saved Bronco Knight's life, and Bronco Knight is dead because of this kid. You saved a life. Body armor Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. I just noticed something. The way that Canis laughs with a that's the same way that Simeon Saint laughs. He picked up Canis's laugh. There's like a parallel there. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. I like the way he's wording this, that he is still being respectful. He is asking him. He's threatening him, but he's also, like, not forcing him. He's asking him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. That was so cool! Thank you. Here, have some ice cream. There you go. There you go. Thank you. I am in your debt. There's so many people on screen. Why can't Penny Nichols be here? I need to like get a little Penny Nichols sprite. Just make an asset of that, of her sprite from this, and just insert her into games we play. Just pop her on the screen whenever I miss her. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. Bang! No, get back here! You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Oh, yes, it does. Oh, hello. Is gonna be Penny Nichols walking in. It's like, I was secretly the mastermind manipulating even Simeon Saint. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Okay, I guess this is good. We're tying up loose ends here. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case. Irk! Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Oh, wait, he's gonna let Sean kill him? Because obviously, he's... I mean, if Sean, like, tried to, Candace could easily kill him. It sounds like he's just saying, like, I did it. You deserve to take my life. Oh, okay, I was not expecting this. So it's gonna be like, will Sean be a murderer? Let's let the suspense percolate while I read some more in the chat. Vera said, suspiciously looking balloon hole. Well, most balloons are supposed to have one hole. There's a magic trick you can do to poke a hole in a balloon without having it deflate, though. Quiggy said, it doesn't help that Logan gave me the most confusing question of all time for this. What do you mean? Just tell me if it's not the balloon. When is the balloon? I don't know. I'm sorry. Huh?
Shocking news. Logan's Sean theory was right the whole time. He is a killer. Boo.
Ah! Thank you very much, Oak, for the 10 bits. Yeah, what's gonna happen is he's gonna kill him. It's like, that's right, I was a killer all along. And by the way, didn't mention this to anybody. I am actually a lot older, stunted growth. Amelie, my mom, lied about when I was conceived. I am a grown man. Logan was right about everything. Thank you very much, Oak, for the 10 bits. I appreciate that. Dagger says, I hope I'm right. It'd be so freaking funny. Beep says, I think Ulquiorra is my favorite. As I said, mine is still Coyote Stark. but I feel like Ulquiorra is a very understandable favorite. Beep said, oh, I read that. Quingator said, crap. Okay, Logan is going to read this much later anyway, but I just remember that he's going to have to present something else after presenting the balloon, and that might take some thinkage. Oh, crap. Did I already present something else, or is that still coming? Beep says, concern for Yuichiro? She's a little demon. I know, but she is little. Quiggin said, I'm fine with overtime. Also could use someone do the timestamp command, please. There are 3 hours, 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm a little bit over a half hour behind. Beep says, I forgot a name for the little pink-haired gal, but she's a demon, lol. Rilo said, I'll admit that he has an amazing design, but I like Stark and really wish to see him again somehow. Me too. I don't like the way his fight ended. It felt very anticlimactic and kind of a waste of his character. But maybe that's just because he was my favorite. Quiggity said, on the bright side, about the other evidence that Logan will have to present after the balloon is the final one, so we're pretty much done with gameplay after this. Aw. Magpie says, better not take 2 hours, lol. Beep says, Stark was underwhelming, but a good match for Shunsui. I know, they actually were, like, they were a good matchup. But, no. Vera said, he got it. Rilo said, I mean, yeah, but they didn't want to really fight, which was a bummer. Yes, thank you, Rilo. Quiggin said, and now we only have the final evidence left. Eglin said, hot air balloons are okay. Okay, good to know, Eglin. Quiggin said, Logan is smart. Beep said, Grimjow is also one of my favorites, but he's like a fan favorite. He's not nearly as strong as you'd think, seeing how many people still like him to this day. I was about to say something about it, but I guess that'd be spoilers for some people. But yes. Quiggin said, Logan, no, don't backpedal. No, Logan. No. It's what you were thinking. No. I love how that's right after he is smart, followed by no. Crystal says, I'm 30 pulls in, P5X, I don't even know I could save that much already. Crystal says, go, Logan, go. Quiggin said, yeah, Crystal, I actually got the pity amount, which I think was 80, so yeah. Beep says, take that. Quiggin said, Logan, you're done with gameplay, congrats, sir. Wait, did I present another piece of evidence already? I don't even remember what it was. Over on YouTube, Toshi said, The Killer saved the day! I'm surprised how much mileage they got out of his character for this game. It's very impressive. Jack says, as I thought, the next AAI 2 stream will have wrapped everything up. Good night, all. I'll be around for it. Good night, Jack. We're probably done with AAI 2 now. So thank you so much, Jax, for being here. Sleep well. I assume you're taking off. That meant good night. You're awesome. You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it. And cut my throat. Oh, is that like a unique pose for him we hadn't seen before? One short slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly.
Sean, don't do it! But he's got a knife, so I'm not going to try and physically stop him. Gubby, you got a gun. Will you shoot a kid? Gubby, shoot a kid.
Please, Sean, I beg of you.
Just pretend I have a Sprite with a knife in my hand. At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. But you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it.
You don't usually hear that from someone who gets revenge. Usually they're like, why am I still so angry? It's like, no, it feels good.
Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean!
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, then my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. So she'll have to become a murderer too. And if she becomes a murderer, then gosh darn it, the other judges in the courthouse, they're gonna be jealous. And they're gonna become murderers as well. And then Phoenix Wright, he'll be out of a job. He'll have to become a pianist with a T again. And oh, he's awful at it. And then everybody who listens to him play music will be so sad. And I don't know, Trucy will probably starve. I assume that's someone who will exist at some future point in time in his life, even though he hasn't met her yet. Wow.
I know a lot about the future. Forgot to tell y'all, I'm a time traveler. Sorry, I rambled way too long on that one. And so would all the people I work with, especially Penny Nichols, and she has to stay happy to marry Logan. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Seriously, one of you guys slit his throat. You do it. I want to watch. And I'll kind of splash around in his blood for a while. You know, have some fun, like some whimsy, but someone do the murder. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. I would have killed him. Seriously, if I had a knife in my hand right now, I might still kill him. Or several other people. The only reason I'm not a murderer is because I don't own a weapon. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way to where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home? Hope we see a picture of them walking hand in hand off toward their home. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. That's right, he has to decide whether to take his badge back, yeah? April 8th, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved. Huh? You're what now? Crap, you're going back to being a prosecutor, huh? Oh, bowing down before the almighty status quo, eh? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I'm returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. Until day after tomorrow. I still can't believe you did that for me. A certain man. Wait, who's a certain man? Is it going to be Phoenix? Is it going to be his father? Is it going to be Manfred? A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally. And that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. As strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Talking about Phoenix, right? Right? We're talking about Phoenix, right? Maybe? Or is it Gregory who said that? Yeah, good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Okay, we're talking about Phoenix. Mine lies elsewhere. Well, because you need a balance. You need both things. That's the whole thing, is that you need people to defend the defendant and to prosecute, you know? Because if you only had people defending, then criminals would get away with it. But if you only had people prosecuting, innocent people would get convicted. Mr. Edgeworth! My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, and I guess that's that. We're not friends anymore. Please do not come to my summer barbecue. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. All right then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to newcomers. I understand. Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? Or we're gonna have to present like a piece of evidence that shows it. We do that sometimes at the end of these games, right? Or it's like we show the piece of evidence that shows why we're doing it. Is it gonna be like Kay's badge or something like that? Let me read a couple more comments in the chat, though. Dagger said, let's go. Rilo said, yeah, I like Grimjow as a character and a rival for Ichigo. I like their dynamic in Thousand Year Blood War. Veer said, I love how Simeon got the Monokuma laugh. Beep says, Grimjow is like the prime example of what an Espada should be. Regardless of his strength, he's like the poster child for Espada, which is why I like him. Castle says, I think the thing the Simeon lovers and haters have in common is that we both want to see Simeon squirm. Just different kinds of squirming. Vera says, cheers. Dagger said, yes, right before I crush him in my hand. Quicket said, anyway, while we're about to have a breakdown soon, I have a meme spoiler clip. Okay, is this one I'm allowed to pop up on the stream here? Let's check out what this is. So this is Queen Katie with a meme spoiler clip. Let's watch this together, then we'll get back to the game. It was titled 24 Times No. Oh, I remember this. Oh, hang on, it's muted, sorry. I remember this.
You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no! That would be no, 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 no. No crap, we're only at 20. I should
This
have
is
set
so
more
well done.
realistic expectations for myself. You know what? 24 times no. No, 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 no. I will not
Oh, that was so
explain myself
good.
to you.
I literally just today was watching that VOD while I was eating lunch today to pull some time codes for posting clips onto TikTok. Like today, eating a little bowl of cereal. So thank you very much, Queen Katie. I appreciate that. Let's get some more in the chat. Let's get some more caught up in chat. Let's see. Thank you very much, Queen Katie. Dagger said, sorry, everyone. I am not native in English. I think you're doing well. I mean, you seem to be doing great in English, Dagger. Rilo said, I'm curious, so what is your native language, if you don't mind me asking? Rilo said, that's true. I feel like this have been applied to the Fullbringers. I'm not a big fan of the Fullbringers, to be totally honest. I kind of like the, oh crap, what is, Shinji, his group, what is their thing that they're called? The Soul Reapers who hollowed out all crazy. Crap, what are they called? Vera says, I would say 40 minutes max, but it's been a year since I last played. Well, thank you. So we're getting there. I feel like we're in the home stretch now. Quickity said, hours? No, not even for Logan time, at least an episode length type of thing. Oak says, yay, 5K points. Beep said, the Fullbringers arc was the biggest whiplash for me in the whole show. It had some good characters in it. I like that they brought back 2 of them for like helping transport the party up to the Soul King thing in Thousand Year Blood War. Reldo said, yeah, I never really liked that arc. It just felt like a letdown after the Espada arc. Well, what it felt like is that they like depower and like, okay, there we go, crap, we gotta bring him back, so I gotta come up with some reason. I also am not a big fan of how every Bleach arc seems like, Ichigo, you have the power of this mythical type of person, and this one, and this one, and this one, and he is just like every type of supernatural being, he is one of those. He's just super special. Beep said, it isn't as grand nearly as the Espada, but the way they set up and tease stuff is so prime, like it stomps your heart out by the end. Yeah, Logan, it's a bit of a spoiler when I just say his domain expansion won't affect Shunsui. Oh, really? I should pay more attention to Shunsui's stuff. He's a great character, but I'm still kind of mad at him because of the Coyote Stark fight, to be totally honest. Beep says +1. Rilo said, yeah, and I feel bad for people that actually like the Fullbringer arc, since I do consider it underrated and his writing-wise amazing, but coming off the Espada arc was a huge disappointment. Queen said, that's my gripe too. Sure, he was frozen, but he should not be holding his arms out like that. Yes, thank you, Queen Katie. Beep says, facts, you right. Oak says, joke's on you, Edgeworth. I'm into boys who whimper. Dagger says, laughing. Rilo says, wow, I didn't realize how long this conversation went for, believe, like around an hour and a half. I bet Logan is questioning why it lasted this long in chat. I'm enjoying it. Nora says, oh my. Quingita said, the staff had trouble. Oh, that was pinned earlier. Beep says, yes, we overhauled the stream. Reading chat is just Bleach fan convos. Rilo said that was practically all he was reading for like a few minutes. A few minutes ago, Quingita said, so you were saying about Tiger eating Simeon? I was tempted to clip that. It was the elephant that ate him. Yeah. Beep says, so thank you though, Queen Katie. Beep says, and for the next while too, Rilo said, so real. Queen Katie said, yeah, overtime is fine since we're actually beating the games. Rilo said, yeah, Logan, I believe Tite Kubo is going to resume the Heck arc, but he pushed it over for now to work on Thousand Year Blood War anime since the manga version of Thousand Year Blood War, so he's apologized about making it better than the manga. I like that. I like that a lot. I just hope he's actually able to do it. I mean, we talk sometimes about Hunter x Hunter and how that mangaka will suddenly like come back from hiatus and do like 3 chapters and then be gone for 2 years. And I always feel bad about that type. So I hope Kubo's able to do that. Castle says, you're fine. Consider this is one of the less explicitly sussy places on the internet. There's a reason why I talk here. Oh, well, I will take that as a compliment. Because to be totally honest, even though I do sometimes say stuff that's like a little bit sus, for lack of a better word, I try my best to keep at least my content for what I'm saying and doing on here, like, PG. Even if the games will bust out an F-bomb or have some bad stuff, I want, like, what I am contributing to be family-friendly-ish, for lack of a better term. Beep says, bro is talking about the nuances of comedy. That's how you know someone is a man of their craft. Evie says, yeah, my foot is still doing well. I'm glad, Evie. Jin says, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night, Jin. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Vera said, Jin, rest well. Yes, have a good rest of your night, Jin. You're awesome. Bumbo says, hello, Bumbo. How are you doing? Getting here toward the end. Welcome. Beep says, good night. Ben Flux, welcome back. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really, really appreciate that. I'm behind in chat, so I don't know if you came in earlier and I just missed it, but thank you so much, Ben Flux. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Just be warned, in case you weren't here when other people have re-upped subs, you have now begun your journey for a subscription baby. If you ever get to the point where you have subscribed for 9 months, doesn't even have to be in a row, a subscription baby will be born, and you will have to name that subscription baby. So thank you very much, Ben Flux. How are you doing? Let me check over on YouTube chat. Jack says, oh, I already read that. Toby says, quote, and that's how everyone died at the end. Lemur says, I am still here. Lemur, I'm glad you're still here. Thank you. Oh, and there's Ben Flux over on YouTube now saying I'm back. Welcome back on both platforms, Ben Flux. Toby said, Fender, why do you want to stay as a prosecutor? Edgeworth, balloons. Just presents the balloon again. That should be the response to everything. Present a balloon. See, Eglin says, I started training Haru and accidentally gave her a migraine and possibly broken leg right before a scheduled race. No, then you gotta send her to the glue factory. She's gonna die, become glue. Well, it's not the most important race, just for fans, Edwards. We won't gain fans and the rest, and she can rest after. Okay, then there's another clip. We'll check that out in a minute. Let's play a little bit more of the game. Because we're almost to the 4-hour mark now, huh?
Teen shonen fanboys don't know how similar they're to what teen girls like. Oh man, I love when my self-insert-esque protag is overpowered and get all the girls. Teen girls on the other hand like when my self-insert-esque is loved by all and gets all the boys. This is obvious.
Oh, I gotta read the rest. This is obviously not every teen, but they're so similar when you stumble back on them as an adult. You just need to like, you look at the principle behind what is being done there. And thank you for the 10 bits. I do appreciate that. But we need to get back to the scene here and find out Edgeworth's reasons for becoming a prosecutor again. Sorry, just had to breathe for a second there. You once asked me something, Fender. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything. Oh, look at this. The art style is so much more primitive for this image for some reason. Hey, listen to that! It's the Ace Attorney music. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is to get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. This is back when he was a bad guy, but he should be on the other side. This is weird. They put him on the wrong side of the room. Oh, wait, no, except because the judge is up here. So it's fine. It's just the camera is reversed. But I was lucky. Somebody once told me the world was going to roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Objection, yes. We could not see that man. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? By getting them executed. I mean, if he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have ever happened. Oh, so the idea is that he wants people to be able to trust prosecutors and to trust in the law. I gotcha. Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in so doing drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You can say that again. Just one among the law's many contradictions. Yup, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. Crap, we just passed the 4-hour mark. We're still going here. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney should have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. And there's the music. All right, let's get some more red in the chat because I'm still behind. Quiggy posted, wait, another spoiler clip? Said here, have a killer spoiler clip. How are we doing more spoiler? I thought we were done and it already okay, there's even more spoiler clips. This one is from 6 months ago. Let's see what this clip is. Titled, The True Godzilla versus King Kong Fight. If it was a gun, maybe, do you approve of this message? Maybe that gun shoots, or excuse me, maybe that knife shoots bullets, like out of the handle, like pew, 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 like, yeah, there's a blade and then pew, pew, pew. You never know, could be some James Bond stuff. Jenna said, well, the killer could just open his coat and pull out an AK-47. Hidden Hand says, maybe the knight could just suddenly grab his hand and then do a surprise attack or something, I don't know. Would it be great if the next, 5 hours of the game is just a very intricately choreographed fight scene between the two of these guys? I think that could have been fun. But thank you very much for the clip, Queen Katie. I appreciate that. And I realized after the fact, because I do remember talking about that, the reason why I thought about that knife shooting at guns is because there was an old comic book, I think it was a Punisher comic book, where his buddy who gets some weapons made a gun that shoots, I think the gun shot knives. Maybe it shot mini chainsaws. I don't remember, but it was something crazy. Eglin said, I already read that. No, wait, no, I didn't. Said she won on a broken leg and a migraine. Go Haruhi, she won the race? Yay! Dagger said, crying where all these people came from. Beep said, this still image so cool. Cookie said, this game be like family. Evie said, oh, I took off all the band-aids on my foot and I barely have a scar. I was super surprised. Nice. I always get worried about scars, so I'm glad. Oak said, I've been lurking a little bit, but listening to this is so cool. Beep said, yeah, the whole interaction is bad. Veer said, prison family, popcorn. Frilo said, question to the admins. How do the points rewards work? Because when I tried to use hydrate, it says out of stock. So I think it's used up from last stream on Metaphor when I used it. How does it reset it? Every stream, there's a new number in stock, but there is a cooldown and a limit on them to prevent what's called drowning people. That's the thing on Twitch where people would just spam the hydrate command to try and get people to drink tons and tons of water uncomfortably. So I think that's probably what it is. It's probably just either on cooldown or used up for the day. I'm not sure. but it does reset every stream. Nora said, question mark. Castle said, this sure isn't gonna cause any trauma on a literal child. And there's Queen Katie with the hydrate. Okay, so I guess it was just on cooldown, but there it is back. So thank you, Queen Katie. Or they're also, oh, thank you.
Remember
Okay.
to breathe and don't think. Feel.
But Chie, I'm supposed to hydrate and breathe. Chie, do you want me to breathe the water? I will die, Chie. Do I breathe? Okay, I'll breathe first. Thank you, Chie. I'm breathing. Another one. Okay, and now I'll hydrate. Thank you very much, Queen Katie. Day's great. Oh, crap. Hey, great. At your Junas. Thank you, Nanako. Thank you for the hydration and the breathing. Vera said, there also might be a limit to the number of times that an individual user can use it per stream. Vera said there are limited amounts of redeems to be used in a stream, so people won't abuse it. Also, if somebody recently redeemed, you have to wait a bit before redeeming again. Rilo says, all right. Vera said, Katie just redeemed hydrate. And if you go and check, it says, wait 15 minutes to redeem it again. Rilo says, all right, thanks. Vera says, no problem, salute. Nora said, Vero, check TikTok. Queen Gita said, the flowers. Sir Logan with the pollen. Vera said, funny enough, just check. Dagger said, Logan, you should really consider voice acting. I mean, I am an actor, and I have done some voice work before. It's not like my main thing. I feel like most of the time, most voiceover auditions I get are like, here's a commercial for traffic safety or something like that. And they're like, we want someone who sounds kind of hip and relatable. I'm like, well, that's not me. Like, I don't do a whole lot of, I did actually do an audition for an actual animated, it was either a movie or a series recently. I didn't get the part, unfortunately, but it was really fun. That's what I wanted. So I even like thanked my agent, like, thank you for giving me this audition. This is the type of stuff I want to do more of. Oak said, I mean, he kind of is a voice actor. He's a regular actor who gets voice work sometimes. See, that's a good way to describe it. Quigita said, Saint, that's your sort of adopted dad. What do you mean you want Sean to kill Canis? Castle said, Sean should throw milk at Simeon. Vera said, Sean, you're a good son. Vera said, I'd cry if I was Verity. Okay, there's another clip, but we'll check that out in a minute. Over on YouTube, Benflux says, I send that message minutes before I subbed. Oh, so I'm doing pretty good with YouTube then. Thank you again, Benflux, for the sub. Toby says, DL6 jump scare. I'm kind of surprised they didn't redo that image like in higher def, I guess, to better match the art style of this. It looks so out of place. But okay, let's play a little bit more. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Also, by the way, Fender, you had a horrible, unethical conflict of interest when you were defending Fifi Lagarde. You should be disbarred. Very Miles Areno, I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this. I just know it. Just like I'd smash you. Well, I mean, after all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. And avoid getting killed in elevators. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. It's just prosecuting, not prosecutoring, prosecuting. Fender. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Now, excuse me, I'm gonna eat some paper. It's kind of a weird tick I have that the game forgot about, but I didn't. Fender, thank you, and please stop eating paper. My camera died for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Oh, there's a ceremony? I just give it back. He already had a ceremony before once. Please. Oh, he's okay. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, pronounce you and Phoenix Wright husband and husband. See, I beat Judge Udgy to it. Yay, go me. I'm going to totally win the bet around the water cooler. Do hereby, in the sight of the almighty goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
Prosecutor's badge data jotted down to my organizer.
Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. I see how you know I'm happy to see you.
All right, you're a prosecutor again.
Yeah, best news I've heard all week, sir. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna check out this. There's another clip in the chat. I gotta find out how far behind I am in the chat. So Oak posted a clip. Let's see how long ago this was, because I gotta be getting close to the end of this, right? Huh?
As you have just seen, Miles got his badge back on April 8, 2019. 5 days later, on April 13, 2019, a certain magician dies, setting in domino effect that will change Man Ace Attorney as we know it. But surely, he can just bluff through.
Oh, hang on. Surely he can just bluff through it, can he? Thank you so much for the 10 bits. So this is that soon to those events beginning. So thank you very much for the 10 bits, Vero. I appreciate that. I didn't realize it was that close. I'd forgotten, like, the dates and things like that. So thank you. Also, I tried to load up the clip here, Oak, and I'm getting the error again. The video download was canceled. Please try again. Error 1000. But it says it was 25 minutes ago, and it was titled Sean's Train of Thought. So thank you for posting it. I'm sorry that I can't get it to load up. Sorry. Queen Kitty says, a headcanon I liked seeing one time is that in the future, Maya comes with Miles to visit Simeon in prison, and Maya channels Bronco to talk to Simeon. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Maybe they can, like, reconcile. I still like the idea that Bronco was completely oblivious and still just adored Simeon as a friend until he died. Vera said, after Simeon's hatred simmers away, he needs time to cope. Bumbo says, Deaf Phoenix. Benflux says, I have switched here. Welcome again, Benflux. And thank you a third time for the sub. Vera said, welcome in. Bumbo said, welcome. Beep said, 1,000 whole times. Queen Kitty said, fun fact, that 24 times no clip was my first edit on my new Vegs Pro 21 program. Nice. It's really good. Ben Flux says, reminds me of 500 Yummers. I think the thing it reminded me of was the bit from Detroit Becomes Human. Was he stabbed 28 times? Vera said, it's okay, Dagger. I get the struggle. Beep says, Shinji is visored. That's what he is, visored. I couldn't remember the word for it. Thank you. Vera said, Logan is kind enough to read my messages the intended way when I mess up grammar. Oh, did I skip a typo? I'm sorry. Dagger said, my native language is Ukrainian. Oh, that's so cool. I don't know if I've met anybody who speaks Ukrainian. That's so cool. I would ask if you can teach us any cool phrases, but I always worry that people are gonna mess with me by, like, teaching me swear words and saying it's something nice, but that's so cool, Dagger. Vera said, nice, you're doing great, don't worry. Yeah, you're doing fantastic. Rilo said, I totally forgot about them, not gonna lie. Ben Flux with the emos. Dagger said, thank you. I sometimes mistranslate things because English is so complicated. Well, if I ever say things that doesn't make any sense, I apologize in advance, but it might be that even in English, it didn't make sense. Beep says, you are correct that it's weird how special he is, but it does get explained. I know. Vera said, I 100% get that laughing. Quiggy with a timestamp, 3:52, so I'm less than 20 minutes behind. Nora said, okay, it's better than Nana because it's been on hiatus for 16 years. I don't know, how long has Hunter x Hunter been on his on-again, off-again hiatus? Because I feel like that's been a long time too. Dagger said, I think mangaka for gore. Huh?
I got my bits.
Yeah, thank you for the 10 bits. I just got 10 of the bits from you. Thank you, Ben Flux. I really appreciate that. Now you know how to do the whole TTS thing. Thank you. Oak says, but with Hunter x Hunter, there's hope. With Nana, you know it's not coming back no matter what the author says. I don't know, I'm starting to lose hope. Didn't the last thing that happened with Hunter x Hunter is the mangaka said that he was gonna have his wife, who was the Sailor Moon mangaka, like do some chapters for him, like tell her what to draw and have her draw it. Nora said, it's coming back. She said she's hoping too soon. Ben Flux says, I used my birthday money. No, oh yeah, because crap, did you say when your birthday was? Happy birthday. Ben Flux, do we gotta wish happy birthday to you? I think we do. So everybody, we're wishing happy birthday to Ben Flux. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ben Flux. Happy birthday to you. Oh, what? Oh, 12th of July. Yeah, so that was just like a week ago. So yeah, there was like and just a little bit after my birthday, back on the 3rd. So thank you, Ben Flux, and happy Happy birthday to you. And thank you for those 10 bits as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oak says, you know it's not happening, bro. Evie said, lol, subscription, baby. Eglin said, my dogs are such little beeholes. One of them peed on the floor and didn't notice because the hallway was dark, and I slipped and fell and busted my knee and arm. After I adopted my cat, she had all of one accident outside of her litter box because I was training her to know where the litter box is. And then one day, I was getting ready for bed, and I kicked off my socks and just like kicked them off on the floor because it wasn't a big deal. And then she walked up to my socks, sniffed them, and then climbed on the top and started peeing on them. Like, do my socks smell like litter? And it's like, I like grabbed her, like picked her up and like rushed her over to the litter box and put it there. And then gave her a treat for using the actual litter box. So she understood it after that. The hallway was dark. Wait, okay, sorry, I was so caught up on the peeing on the floor, didn't notice because the hallway was dark, I slipped and fell and busted my knee and my arm. Are you okay, Eglin? Like, I hope you didn't really hurt yourself. Are you okay? Nora says, I has said she wants to trust and she plans to soon. Castle says, I like to think that Edgeworth is impatiently ... waiting for Logan to finish reading chat. Sorry, Edgeworth, we'll come back to you soon. Is Gumshoe waiting too? Let me read just a couple more comments. We'll be back, Gumshoe. He's so good-natured. He'll wait. Queen Gator says, by the way, chat, during the actual credits, I will post the image of the AAI collection promo poster. Y'all can spot the characters in it as we go through it. Dagger says, oh yeah, true, never noticed it actually. Vera said, teens are teens. Beep says, I'm a huge fan of clown characters, and I heard Hunter x Hunter mentioned, so I gotta bring up Hisoka. He's a controversial clown, though. Vera said, is he gonna show up? I know the answer. Yep, no, that man. Castle says, objections don't stop coming, and they objections don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't. Oh, what was that? Oh, Benflux just gifted a sub to Dark Wolf. Dark Wolf has been lurking since early in the stream, so I don't know if you can hear this, Dark Wolf, but you got a gifted sub, so thank you so much, Benflux. Thank you. So now both Benflux and Dark Wolf have access to our emotes. If you join the Discord, Dark Wolf, you can have access to the Hey Hey channel and the subscriber-only channel in VC, which I need to do more with. So thank you, Benflux. That was so nice of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let me take a look over at YouTube channel, our YouTube chat. Let's see. Toby says, that man be like, there was an easy mode for lawyering. And then 28 autopsy reports, slam, didn't want to leave him a chance, slam. I miss Detroit Become Human. I do want to one of these days go back and just on my own time and do like another playthrough and try and like get everybody to survive. Rilo says, this stream has gone long enough and I gotta work later, but I'm loving this stream. I'm sorry, Rilo, we're gonna finish very soon. I can see I'm getting close to catching up on chat. Vera said, we normally finish stream earlier. Yes, we aim for the 3-hour mark, but we gotta finish the game. I'm sorry. If needs to go over, get some rest. If needs to be, go get some rest. The VOD will be there. Yes, Rilo, I'm excited to have you here. I love having everybody here, including you, Rilo. But your health and ability to get sleep is most important. If you need to go, we'll miss you, but get some rest. I'll trust your judgment, though. Vera said we are 1 hour over. Timestamp for 2 minutes, so I'm 14 minutes behind. A beep says you have to do both. Magpie says I didn't mean to time it that way. Rilo says, yep, because normally before I followed on Twitch, I saw the VODs, and some were like 4 hours, and if I recall, it was a particular P3R stream. It was like 5 hours. That must have been one of the times I was trying to finish the game or something like. I think that was probably like our second to last one, and I thought I could get through it, and it didn't happen. Dagger said, embarrassingly crying. I thought he was just role-playing for fun. Wait, who's crying? Who's crying? Are you embarrassingly crying? I hope everything's okay. But yes, Vera said, it's usually finales that take a long time. We usually finish by 3 hours. Bryla said, I understand. And Queen Katie with another clip. So let's play some more of the game, then we'll come back and check out this clip. But I gotta be getting close. Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I gotta scoot. I'll never show up again in the series. I don't know, something about my character always wanting to hug underage girls just didn't sit well with the audience. Your Pops is gonna wanna know what his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. I'm not going to his grave. I'm going to find Maya Fey. Have her channel him, talk to him a bit. You should do that too sometimes. Why don't you? Your best friend, in quotes, knows someone who channels ghosts. Why don't you hang out with your father? Thank you again, Fenda, for everything. Hey, don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a courtroom.
And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alright, peace out, y'all. Alrighty, Fender out. Pew!
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavell. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right! You had the goddess of justice on your side!
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that and for setting me on this path. I hereby... Is this still the ceremony? Swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the almighty goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavell, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile, they ramble about inappropriate relations with their wives in an old-timey prospector voice. They talk about what's under their beard, about what's under their robe, and how they wish to hang out with us IRL. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based on that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me. This is my opinion. Nothing more. I need to read some more in the chat. Oh, and Queen Katie had a clip, final AAI2 spoiler clip. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My break starts now. So there's another one. Okay. There's yet another one. We're going to load this one up and see what this is. See what this spoiler clip is. What is it that I accidentally guessed right or wrong or foreshadowed unknowingly? This is from 5 months ago. Titled... Miles borrowing Judge He's time machine. But I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. Oh, is this where I referenced something in like... Did you know that man lost his badge for like 7 years? Then he just decided to... I keep forgetting the order of the games and the chronology. Apparently it's very easy. Actually, that I'm sorry. In the future, so I don't know about that yet. Or do I? I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered. So thank you very much. So the spoiler is that Sean turned out to be a time traveler too. Thank you very much, Queen Katie. I appreciate that. Queen Katie said, I knew lol, I had been waiting forever for that TTS. Vero and I worked together. Vera said, shout out Katie for sending said message to me to TTS. Queen Katie said, yeah, the actual trial that ended Phoenix was on April 19th, 2019. Vera said, it's a rough week for Rightworth. Vera said, more like a month. Vera said, I don't know what to teach people. It's okay. I still appreciate that. And as I said, your English is excellent. Vera said, happy birthday to you. Beep says, happy birthday, Benny. Vera says, happy birthday, dear Ben Flux. Oak says, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ben Flux. Happy birthday to you. Cricket said, I can finally close my guide now, lol. I'm free from guides until whenever I need a guide for it happens. Lol, I'm going to be blind, baby. Oh, and what was all these like emotes on Ben Flux's sub? Oh, it's for the gifted sub. I haven't noticed those emotes there before. That's so cool. Wait, is gifting, yeah, one, oh, it's a tier 2 sub. So Dark Wolf, I think, might have access to another emote. Thank you, Ben Flux. That's like, That's an extra bonus. Thank you, thank you. Eglin said I got a huge bruise on my arm, and and I also have to shower, but I was already going to anyway, so I guess this just keeps me from avoiding it. I always get mystery injuries that I discover when I'm in the shower. Mystery improv injuries. Like I'll do an improv show, and the next day when I'm taking a shower, I'm like, why are there bruises on my body? Oak says, whoa, and it's a tier 2 sub. I didn't even notice that, so thank you, Benflux. Beep says, W Ben. Benflux says, yes. Dagger says, wait, how do you join sub-only channel? All you gotta do is, if you subscribe here on Twitch, and if you join the Discord, and if you synchronize your Discord account with your Twitch account, then it should automatically add you. It sometimes can take a little while to synchronize up, but that should do it. There isn't a whole lot of activity there, though, to be honest. Queen Gator said, do you have Discord? If so, then you can join the Discord server, and then when your sub syncs, you get to see the sub-only channel. Oak says, I think if you have Discord and Twitch linked, it should automatically let you in on Discord. Dagger says, ooh, thanks. I will check if my Discord is linked to Twitch. Queen Gator said, I hope Gavel is doing well after the time skip in Ace Attorney. Magpie says, this bird needs to roost for the night. Good night, Logan. Congrats on almost finishing AAI 2. Probably will be done by the time you read this. Congratulations. See you next time. I'm almost there. But good night, Magpie. Thank you so much for popping here and being here. I'm glad that you were able to have fun with your friends earlier tonight. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Vera said, I do too. Oh, wait, what's this highlighted, like, border message that Ben Flex says? The fog is the lobotomy that Logan gave me. Is that like, that is so cool. That's not even regular highlighted. Was that like using bits? Oh, it's an effect. It's like a bits effect. Thank you, Ben Flux. Over on YouTube, Toby says, fenders roll out, transforms into a car. He does. A car with a fender, because that's the thing cars have. Oak says, Judge Udgy, I love you. Oh, so I gotta be almost caught up then. Veer says, whoa, glowing message. Veer said, this stream versus AAI 1 finale stream, which took longer. Oh, that one, by far. Dagger said, were you the wife in question by any chance to Oak? And then Quick Katie says, yeah, compared to AAI 1, we're living the dream. Oak says, I wish. Norris says, oh, my head hurts. I can see the end in sight. I can see the end, so I need to play some more. We got to get to the end of the game. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Because she had her son, right? Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. I'm going to save in case the game asks me to present who it is. Because I'm assuming it's either Sean, but it also might be Eustace. Because she was like training Eustace. Oh, it doesn't even offer. It's just Sean. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. But I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. Curtsy? Gavel out. Pew. So it's just me and Gummy and Kay. I lost the title of Prosecutor, but I gained it again. In so doing, I've seen a new way forward, a new path for justice, and I'm determined to follow the path until it finally leads me to the truth, no matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise. Woe betide anybody who stands in my way, for whatever they may be, whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout, objection! Why was that on skipping? I didn't click an autoplay. Why would that do that? That was so fast. Director planning scenario. Okay, so credits. We're probably gonna see some little vignettes. I hope we see Penny Nichols. That's all I want, is just to see Penny again. Okay, Tabby Lloyd. Oh, we're so done with her. Yeah, so, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it! Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even your danged apprentice. Well, sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Well, all right then, better to track down some leads my own self. That's the spirit. Go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. Mind sharing what kind of leads them there leads might be? Huh? But, oh, Chief, you, oh, ... come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold. Lada's awful. Let's see, I'll read some more in the chat while this is happening. Nora says, my head hurts. Are you okay, Nora? What happened? Veer said, I'm gonna treat myself after stream. Make bread, fresh bread. We're gonna probably see Shelly the Killer, what he's up to next. Oh, it's bleeding. All right. Dab, dab, dab. Blood on my cone. My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller, although I've been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be more time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. Crepes sound good right about now. Ryla says, Logan, if you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite music genre? I mentioned before, I'm not cool when it comes to music. I listen to nerdy stuff like Weird Al Yankovic. I mean, usually if it's the radio, it's Carcerado. Usually if it's the radio, I'll listen to like alternative.
Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'm keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We'll get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? Yeah, we're gonna do it. The second that bell rings for the next round on escape shenanigans, we'll come out swinging. Till then, it's training, and more training.
I didn't think we'd get an update on him. That's nice. Does that answer your question, Rilo? Beer said, in celebration. Quikita said, I'm gonna watch Anime Lol for my spoiler clip break. Dagger with a hydrate. I will do that as soon as we're done talking to Frank Sauhit.
You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Oh.
He did the thing!
Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about my freaking license. I just want out of here. Why me?
He's a bad person. Thank you very much, Dagger. I will hydrate right now. Quigita said, where's Eustace? By the way, he should be here. He deserves to be a main character in the finale part. Well, hopefully we'll see him in this vignette. I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. You should have fired the ventriloquist. We'll light up that stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it. Seriously, the ventriloquist was awful. Veer said, this clipping gave me hope, and spoiler clips gave Katie's hope and despair, depending on how it takes to make said clip. Ben Flux says, I think my money is gone. Well, thank you, Ben Flux, for all your contributions. That was so nice of you. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. Are they gonna be cellmates, maybe? Let's see, Queen said, yeah, if I have to record Logan Yap. Oh, look, it's them! It's them again! Are they singing? What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy, and I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here. We have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson. And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. Simeon won't like them. He doesn't like sweet stuff. Let's see. Queen said, yeah, I've yet, if I have to record Logan yap, then it's despair. But if it's all simple clip twitch, then I'm filled with glee. Nora said, Verity, no! Oh, look at Sarah again. Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. I'm dear old Greggy Pegleg too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poopa's sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you could only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent peg and love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune. I don't think that's how diets work. Vera said, chat, no TTS. It'll be back to text now. Thank you, Vero. Queen said, also, wait a second. We didn't even get to talk to Lang one last time as an end off. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam, just like that. And then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. I agree, Queen Katie. We should have seen some more Lang. Beep says GG. Thank you, Beep. Vera said, chat no TD, read that. Vera said, Lang was done dirty in AI too. They mirror each other. Oh, Badster, the Badinator. Seriously, though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy. Oh, he helped today?
Yeah, you want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work.
Yeah, Miles Areno chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time.
You've come pretty far yourself.
Holy macaroni, a compliment from the big bad Detective Badita. Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. If you ever need little Fender magic, just say the word. I'm glad that we got to see Detective Bad. Let's see, Quigga said, okay, chat, here's the collection promo poster. Spot the characters in, very special character hidden somewhere. Oh, hang on. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. Guess it's because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! Whisper. There ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Whisper. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course, but I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. Whisper. What's that? Oh, you think we should be getting back to work? Hee, I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting. I think they're the one type of person you can keep waiting, although they might rot. Vera says, Penny in the art. Oh, hang on. Can you post that on the Discord, that link? Oak says, woo. Wait, why is, oh, because it's a flashback. That's why it's wrapped up. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Oh, even if I do have to jump right back in on a plane again and go back to Europe, sigh. All this flying around is gonna get tiring. I hope there's never a prosecutor in another country that makes me fly back and forth across the ocean. Still, it's part of becoming a first-class forensics investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running, you know I will.
Yeah, Vera said, Penny in the art. Oak says, woo. Ryla says, yeah. Thanks, Ben Flex says, by the time you read this, I'm gonna be gone from chat or not. I don't know. If you already left, have a good rest of your night, Ben Flex. Thank you for being here. Sleep well. Good night. And thank you again for the sub, the bits, and everything. And the gifted sub. The greater one's father, the greatest pressure to be great. But Justus Wiener, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested, just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. That was surprisingly reasonable from Franziska. But thank you again, Ben Flox. Nora said Judy, pound, keyboard slam. Oak said the words of a heterosexual. Nora said this is correct. Beep said Larry Butts. Queen said Eustace better talk in the credits. Yeah, when are we gonna see? Oh, we're gonna see Lang now. Oak said, no, Larry, you monster. My father has hid a secret, bore a burden I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. he thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead, even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zhang Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. Let's see. Nora says, no, not Larry. Vera says, bad to dead. Nora says, Oak, look. Oak says, Hilda, keyboard slam, let me, you. Quickita said, so badly want to say why I want to show you the poster, but I don't want to spoil the surprise about it. Oh, I gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Oh, single tear. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm gonna start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. I'm thinking the loser because I lost. So we did get some Eustace crumbs. Yeah, Queen, can you make sure to post that link on the Discord? Oh, Penny! Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great.
I think the murder story in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Reveal true face of monster behind Zhang Fa president murder plot. Well, wait. This is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? But why?
Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
I'm sad Penny didn't get it all to herself, but I love you, Penny. Mwah. I'll miss you. I'll probably never see you again now. Beep said, your voice for Franziska is unironically great. Thank you, Beep. Nora said, bring back Ms. Bound, please. I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean.
It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part.
The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. Seriously, those horns are real. It's weird.
You think? Well, it'd be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad.
Of course, and I will buy some too for Amelie. Oh, that's sweet. Vera says, oh my gosh, yes. Oak says, Eustace. Vera said, court time. Kuga said, yay. Eustace and Len got to talk in the credits. I'm so happy. Nora says, oh, hey, this kid. Bubba says, call him the best. Oh, yes, they should. That should be his nickname now, the best.
April 8th, 4:17 p.m., Prosecutor's Building, High Prosecutor's Offices.
This keeps going. Also, I really got to use the bathroom soon. Wow, it's getting very uncomfortable. I should read some more over in the YouTube chat. See if there is anything new. Oh, there's nothing. Okay, so we're caught up on there, at least. Let's see. Nora said, oh, hey, this kid. Bumbo said, call him the best. I agree with you, Bumbo. Vera said, we were robbed. I wish he was in other games. Vera said, exactly. Nora says, petty. Vera said, the best. Full circle. Nora said, welcome back, Miss Verity. Quika said, go pee, sir. No, I'm not. We're going to finish the game. We're going to finish the game.
Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir?
Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Hey, wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gubby. How could you say that? How could you accuse me of that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? No, become his daughter, Kay.
Yeah, good question.
Ask for a job as his assistant, officially.
Hey, what, you're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was.
The Yatagarasu, or a Yatagarasu, at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
So I'm gonna become a murderer. See you later. Bye. Pew, 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 pew. I'm gonna be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name, though. He can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Hey, whatever name you pick, you'll always be K-K, and you'll always be a hero. Ah, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. And you bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always, unless, like, you know, someone else comes along named Bobby Fulbright, who's just delightful. Hope nothing bad happens there. So I'll be counting on you, sir.
Yes, and I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us too many times to mention. Ah, Gumshoe praise, yay! I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. Because I will not dock your pay. Still no raise, but it won't go down.
Eh? Hi! Wait, you mean?
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see it to it that you get paid a little more, detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir. No way, go Gummy. It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. You get all of me, and I mean all of me.
Fear says you can take a break, you know, but with the timestamp, 4 hours 40. Oh, Fenda and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. Oh, thank goodness, not autoplaying. So yeah, 4:40, so I'm only 4 minutes behind. Rilo said, all right, I'm gonna go now, Bro Potato. Good night, Bro Potato, and Bro Potato Chips. Good night, Rilo. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Good having you here. Have a good rest of your night. Vera said goodnight, Rilo. Nora said, hey, this will look familiar. Quickita said, little does Miles know, another large case is going to happen in a week soon and it'll shake the world. Oak said, hey, we are right there. Quickita said, again, the game's theme, family, and legacies too. Legacies, I guess, too. Vera said, and then they never show up again. This is saddening. AAI 3 should be with Miles as chief prosecutor and a grown-up K as his assistant, yeah? If we get a weird girl assistant, the prosecutor should. Nora said, I don't want to see a grown-up K. Why not? I went over on YouTube. Toby says, Gummy is getting paid. Crying emotes. Fenda and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggling against Chairman. Oh, he's gonna say that, like, Kay is basically his daughter, so he'll always have someone rooting for him. Both Kay and Gumshoe. Someone else who was with me, someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Heh, so that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot! I pooped in the corner. Sorry, I'm not house trained.
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagrasu team, right? Gonna bring in Eustace and Penny Nichols.
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one.
Can Edgeworth and Gumshoe be her Yatagrasu team?
We were gonna be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
Yeah, you're kidding, right?
You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. A truth in that case.
As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end, a premature end, and now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. And as long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different, but they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same, because, of course, both end at the truth. Oh, that's really sweet! Oh, back to back and their badges? Oh, that's nice. I like that. Let's see. Queen Kitty says, oh, and I just remembered it isn't Gumshoe at the trial with Phoenix, and that, lost a bet. Turned out for the ages achievement unlocked for completing episode 5 of AI 2 without using story mode. Yay! New items unlocked in the gallery. Oak says, Gumshoe, I love you so much. I love his smile. I understand Tiff so well. Nora said, I'm so tired and I can't sleep yet. Verity, excellent card, fan art. Where? Castle said, I'm gonna eat, have fun. I would stay up, but I should stay employed. I hear you, Castle. I should be getting to sleep like right now. Good night, Castle. I'll try to make better choices for myself. Nora said, oh, employment, stay here. Crystal said, night, night. Oak with a clip. Let me load this up with the clip viewer so we can watch this together. I just hope those raid suggestions from earlier are still alive. There was about 3 of them, I think. This clip from Oak is titled, Thanks, Kay, from 2 minutes ago. Crap, I think I know what this is. Let's watch this real quick. Oh, I almost forgot! I pooped in the corner. Sorry, I'm not house trained. And that's on. No context whatsoever. Thank you very much, Oak. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Quick said, thank you for the very last Simeon Saint stream. I want to miss everybody. Vera said, cute. Oak said, thank you for the very Cat Prego stream. It made me smile. The game was so much fun, and it was amazing spending it all with you. I agree. Like, it means so much to me that you guys would spend all this time with me. Nora said, thank you for the very return of Batty Bound stream. This is all I got from the stream. Thank you. Dagger said, goodbye, Clown Man. Broken heart. Was that to Simeon Saint or to me? I could be a Clown Man. Vera says, hi. Now we're done with 2 games, our longest games, and they ended it right at the same time. I don't know how I feel about that. That's probably not a good thing for, like, retaining viewership. Crap, all 3 raid suggestions are offline now. Anybody got another one? And the longest games for a while, the longest game that we had total was definitely Persona 5. Crystal said, Deltarune and date everything next. Peep says, good night. Vera said, good night, Peep. Quick said, so we're officially set for Deltarune and date everything. Gonna enjoy my spoiler clip break. Dagger said, I will go soon. Good night, everyone. Oh, Crystal with 2 more raid suggestions. Thank you very much, Crystal. Let me copy these ones down as well. And the thing is, I'm still not caught up to chat for the first time totally. Also, I kind of want to look at the, I want to look at all the concept art, but I guess that's something that I can do off stream. Unless, they wouldn't have had, like, new concept art for Penny Nichols, right? We should at the very least check out Eustace's. Oh, hang on, I typed that out wrong. And take a quick, we'll just take a quick look. Thank you, Crystal. Nora said, bring back Batty Bound. Ha ha ha, alliteration. Oak said, I don't have any suggestions that we haven't rated before. There we go, 4 hours, 50 minutes, and 49 seconds. Almost a 50-50. I caught up to chat for the first time of the night. Yeah, let's take a look at the gallery. I want to see if there is concept art for Penny and for Eustace. Photo album, oh, 50%. So where's documentation? Maybe that's concept art. Oh, it is. Oh, there's Eustace. Where is Eustace? Oh, Eustace have glasses and a Rubik's Cube. And this was when he was much more Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist. Did somebody describe these before? Or did somebody show me these? These look very familiar to me. Oh, there's another one with Eustace here. Oh yeah, I don't like these weird bang slick back thing. I like the way that they did it with the ahoge being punctuation. Wait, why? Oh, oh, because this will include the first investigations game too. Anybody here got Penny Nichols? I'm seeing some old characters like Regina and Frank Sahid. People like that. Oh, there we go! Penny! It's just her sprite. I guess they didn't really need to brainstorm concept art, but it's nice to see it there. What is this? Oh, this for the new sprites they had to create and everything. Quick said, yeah, Logan, you can always just share whatever concept art you find in spoiler chat. Crystal said, yeah, or subscriber chat. He looked ridiculous, said Vero. He looks like Apollo. Nora said, show me a Judy Bound. Okay, that'll be the last thing then. Was there a Judy Bound? Was there you go. There's your Judy Bound. There she is. Oh, she actually did grow like taller. in the time skip. All right, I need to check out those 2 raid suggestions. But by the way, if anyone is lurking still, let me give you the rundown of the channel. We stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. We had been alternating between this game and Metaphor Fantasio, but we just finished them both. So we're completely done with both games. So next streams on Tuesday and Thursday of next week will be Date Anything and Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Check out on Discord tomorrow, where we'll be able to post the, I'll post like which ones are on which days. So here is our link tree. I'm gonna copy this. Oh, no, Crystal already copied that over to YouTube. That includes the Discord invite link. So if you wanna keep up on the schedule and see what is on which day, that is where to check it out. We're gonna go ahead and initiate one of these raids because we went really overtime. But thank you all for sticking around for me. Well, as soon as I started talking to lurkers, I literally just saw like 6 people drop off from lurkers. Oh wow, the number plunged. I have never seen that happen before. There were people who were like ready to exit as soon as we were done, but that's okay, totally understandable. As I said, I'm gonna have to duck out of here as well. So thank you all very much for hanging out here and for being with me throughout this entire journey of this game, starting back in, was it November, December, or around that time. I enjoyed the heck out of this. I only played it to see more penny nickels, but the game itself was amazing. But you guys are even more amazing. Thank you all. I love and appreciate you all. You guys are fantastic. You're wonderful, and the fact that you spend so much of your precious time with me means the world to me. So thank you, everybody. Let's see. Quickita said, no, it's the original sprite creation, the DS version. Nora says, yay. Nora says, show me K Faraday. Quickita said, I can't wait until to see what images he uses for Deltarune and Data Everything on the schedule or for the YouTube thumbnails. Oak says, good night, everyone. I love you all. Nora said, show me Batty Verity. I did. Crystal says, nighty. Vera said, thank you for the very pregnant kitty stream, saying it for Oak. For real though, thank you for both, both of my games are done now stream. But you gotta stay, Vero. You gotta stay for the next ones. Crystal said, thank you for the Vera pregnancy stream. Quickita said, schedule lol. Good night, y'all. Nora said, we saw bound. I'm so forever happy now. Thank you all. All right, the raid's about to start. Love and appreciate you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good Monday. See you Tuesday. Enjoy the raid. Bye, everybody. Bye. Good night. Bye. 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 And for those watching the VOD or over on YouTube, just had to check and see if there are new comments there. Good night as well.